Falmouth Community Television's coverage of town meeting is sponsored by the following corporate underwriters.
Welcome to the Falmouth Chamber of Commerce.
The Falmouth Chamber is dedicated to working on behalf of our members to make Falmouth a better place to live, work, and conduct business. We are committed to developing the economic, cultural, educational, and civic interests of our community and welcome the support from all organizations to achieve our combined goals. Whether you call Falmouth home, are a summer resident, or a visitor, we hope you take advantage of all that the Chamber has to offer.
Hi, I'm Bob from Crane Appliance. Since 1983, as a family-owned company, our goal has been simple: to give our neighbors of the Cape and Islands a great shopping experience. Rest easy knowing our professional team will listen to your needs and help you pick out the perfect appliances. We'll take care of everything throughout the sale, delivery, and installation process. And we even have our own in-house service department. Crane Appliance, we call the Cape and Islands home.
Carlson Printing for all your printing needs. 508-548-7303 or toll free at 1-800-696-7303. Our email address is carlsonprinting@aol.com. Carlson Printing for all your printing needs.
Hosting services for fctv.org are provided by Meganet Communications. Meganet offers a wide array of internet services including Mega Backup Cloud Service, server colocation, T1, fiber, Metro Ethernet, as well as telephone services such as hosted PBX and digital voice. Their number one goal is to keep your communications network up and running and allow you to focus on growing your business. 877-634-2638 or meganet.net.
Additional funding and support provided by the following corporate sponsors. Main Street Gallery and Real Estate, a family-run art gallery and real estate agency located on Main Street in Falmouth, focusing on local and regional fine art. Main Street Gallery and Real Estate, 774-763-5441. The attorneys at Oppenheim & Nickerson LLP have provided legal services in Falmouth for over 36 years. We advocate for our clients and work to provide quality representation in the areas of business and corporate law, real estate law, estate planning, and estate administration. 508-548-8255. Barrett Plumbing and Heating offers expert plumbing, heating, and air conditioning services to all our residential and commercial customers on Cape Cod and surrounding area. We are a full-service plumbing specialist offering professional workmanship to suit your budget. Whatever your heating or plumbing need, you can always count on a job that's done right.
7 Stars Academy, offering martial arts and Tai Chi. Training at 7 Stars Academy can transform your life. It's amazing to see the positive impact it has on our students. Classes for adults and children of all ages. Confidence, not conflict, at 7 Stars Academy of Martial Arts.
Hamilton Tree and Landscape has been proudly serving Falmouth and the Upper Cape since 1978. Our newest location on Route 151 is now open for all landscaping and tree concerns. Appreciating your property is our motto as we continue to keep your tree and landscaping needs our top priority. At A&A Paving, we believe in providing customers with quality products supported by excellent service. We provide commercial and residential seal coating, asphalt paving, and repair services for Cape Cod and southeastern Mass. A&A Paving, 508-540-4944.
Calfee Insurance, offering insurance policies for your car, home, business, life, and disability. Calfee cares about all your insurance needs. 508-540-2601 and online at calfeeinsurance.com.
Thomas J. Bunker and Jeffrey E. Reither are BSS Design, providing land surveying and civil engineering in Falmouth since 1987. Licensed and fully insured, they're located on Catherine Lee Bates Road, and their phone number is 540-8805. Liam McGuire's Irish Pub. With a newly renovated dining room, it's what an Irish pub should be. Main Street, downtown Falmouth. Eastman's has been Falmouth's hardware store since 1913, with a newly added retail space providing kitchen accessories and gourmet foods. Our friendly staff is available to assist you with your hardware and kitchen needs. 508-548-0407. Carpet Barn, Carpet One Home Showcase, a local family-owned business offering all your premier carpet and flooring needs. They also feature tile and vinyl floors, area rugs, window treatments, and kitchen and bathroom cabinetry, serving you at 4 convenient locations.
We at Falmouth Fish believe there is nothing better than a fresh piece of fish, direct from the waters of Cape Cod in New England. Nothing beats waking up at 4 a.m. to search out the highest quality seafood from the best fishermen in the world.
FCTV is also supported by the following businesses and organizations. Simply Hearing, Audiology and Hearing Aid Center, 508-548-8123, simplyhearing.net. Grassi Septic Solutions, 508-548-7500. Turning Point Dance Studio presents the Sea Captain's Nutcracker, turningpointdancestudio.org, 508-444-0278. J. Miller Picture Framer, 681 Falmouth Road, 508-539-3888. The Annie Hart Cool Team, 508-868-0664. Dalby Septic Plumbing, Residential, Commercial Pumping and Cleaning, 508-548-5488. Village Lamp and Repair Shop, 508-274-2057. Nobska Lighthouse and Maritime Museum, friendsofnobska.org. People for Cats, 44 Beagle Lane, T-Ticket, Mass. 508-540-5654. info@peopleforcats.org. Martha's Vineyard Savings Bank in Falmouth and Woods Hole, 508-627-4266. The Falmouth EDIC, falmouthedic.org, 508-548-7440. Partners Technology, Voice and Data Solutions, 781-930-5000. Waquoit Congregational Church, 508-548-5269. Soares Flower Garden Nursery, 508-548-5288. M. Duffney Builders, 508-540-3625. Neighborhood Falmouth, 508-564-7543. Danny's Barber Shop, 508-548-6013. David Rogers Electric, 508-274-2057. Murray and McDonald Insurance, 1-800-800-8990. The Davy Tree Expert Company, 508-548-2662. Chapman Funerals and Cremations, 508-540-4172. Hanush Jewelers in downtown Falmouth, 508-548-9107. Mahoney's Garden Center, 508-548-4842. The Cape Cod 5, 508-457-5252. And Steve's Pizzeria and More, 508-457-9454. Additional support provided by Stop and Shop.
Reminder, all town meeting members should be on the first floor. On the floor of the auditorium, only town meeting members. Make sure you've checked in and you have your electronic voting device. All non-town meeting members should be in the balcony. We do have a microphone in the center of the balcony. If you would like to speak from the balcony, I ask that you stand up, and I'll keep scanning up there like I normally do down here and put you on a speaker's list. And then when I recognize you, you just need to turn that microphone on. There's a little button on the side there, just slide it up. And then we need to make sure that we turn the microphone off after you speak, because otherwise FCTV is going to pick up the background noise of the balcony on the broadcast. So we ask that you turn the microphone on when I recognize you and turn it off when you speak. We do have 2 microphone carriers down here. Unfortunately, we don't have a 3rd microphone carrier for up in the balcony, but I think everyone can see that microphone in the center of the front of the balcony. Everyone should have an electronic voting device. We will be using that tonight for any required counted votes. We also have an article that requires a secret ballot that would be relative to the municipal light plant. The secret ballot is required under statute for that type of vote at a town meeting. We have received the legal opinion that by utilizing the electronic voting devices and not storing or displaying the result, it is equivalent to the secret ballot. So instead of having to pass out paper ballots to everyone, we'll activate the electronic voting device. When it's closed, when the voting is closed, the aggregate number of yeses and nos will come up on the screen, and that will be the equivalent of the secret ballot, and we won't have to hand count a bunch of pieces of paper at the end. So I think we're almost ready. I know that we do have a few folks that are still checking in. We haven't used the electronic voting devices in a while, so folks are still checking in. Seems we have a visitor at the town meeting. I would make a more detailed announcement, but I just told I was going to have a surprise at town meeting, and that was my surprise. I want to remind all members and non-members present to please continue throughout our meeting to wear your masks. You can take the mask off when you speak, and then we ask that you put the mask back on. We will take a break around 9 o'clock as normal. There is self-serve coffee down in the cafeteria for those that are comfortable going downstairs during the 9 o'clock break. We also ask that during the break and during town meeting that no one go behind the curtain. This isn't the Wizard of Oz, but there are some men behind and women behind the curtain. That is, FCTV will be utilizing remote technology tonight, and their control room is up here on the stage. So I know some folks congregate behind the curtain during the break, but we're not going to do that this year. And I want to thank FCTV 13 for being here again, or channel 15, I guess. And thank you for being adaptable and being able to bring the remote camera technology to the meeting. I want to remind all town meeting members that attendance is being published in the Enterprise, so make sure you've checked in. You have your voting devices. And I ask that you identify yourself by name and precinct each time you speak, so that the record can show, the transcript can show who is speaking. At this time, I'll recognize Laura Peterson for a Falmouth Service Center announcement.
Good evening, everyone. Laura Peterson, Precinct 3. Karen Delaney, the director of the Falmouth Service Center, asked me to remind everyone that Sunday, November 21st, they're accepting frozen turkeys only this year. So 10 to 18 pound turkeys. It's at the Service Center. It's a very easy process. If you've never been, you just drive through, you pop your trunk, and they take the turkey. And distribution will be on the 22nd and 23rd. And if you have any questions, they're going to be serving over 900 families. And I know that and they need up to 100 additional families, if needed, will also receive a frozen turkey. So if you have any questions, you can call the Service Center. And then one more piece was the Children Holiday Program from the Service Center. And this year they're unable to accept donations of toys or gift cards. So they're gratefully accepting new winter coats for children ages infant to 10, non-perishable items like toiletries, laundry detergents, soups, cereals and quick bread mixes, cat and dog food, and monetary donations. Whenever you drop off, you're required to wear a mask. And then the distribution is the 13th through the 15th. So if you have any questions, and it's a tough year for everyone, and we're really grateful for the folks at the Falmouth Service Center, and I just want to encourage anybody who needs help, don't be afraid to ask for help. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. At this time, if we could queue up a slide for the quorum count. All town meeting members present, please press A for the establishment of a quorum. Our microphone carriers tonight will be Ned Pride and Adele Francis on the first floor. Ten seconds left. Press A if you're present, if you haven't already done so. By a counted vote of 192 members, we have a quorum, and I call the meeting to order. All present, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance Please remain standing. Thomas Moakley from Precinct 6 will issue our invocation. Okay, at this time, I'd like to start with the dispensing of the reading of the warrant. Mr. Chair, for the main motion.
Moderator, I move that we dispense with the reading of the warrant except for the officer's return.
You've all heard the main motion to dispense with the reading of the warrant. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Mr. Clerk, I ask that the warrant become an official part of the record. This term, I'll read the officer's return of the warrant. By virtue of this warrant, I have this day notified and summoned the inhabitants of the town of Falmouth qualified to vote on town affairs as said warrant directs by posting an attested copy thereof in town hall and in every precinct of the town. Signed, Constable Kevin Casey. This time, the Chair would entertain a motion for town employees who are not residents of the town, the right to speak on any issue before the town meeting. So moved. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. At this time, I recognize the Planning Board for notification of public hearing.
Paul Dreyer, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 2, and Clerk of the Planning Board. I'd like to read a statement on behalf of the Planning Board. In accordance with Chapter 40A, Section 5, Massachusetts General Law, and Article 43 of the Falmouth Zoning Bylaw, public hearings were held on July 13th, 2021, and September 14th, 2021, on Articles 3, 4, 5, and 6 for the November 2021 Fall Annual Town Meeting, and all those who wish to speak were heard.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to start with the blanket vote. We're going to go through the article with a brief description. Each article in the warrant. Call your attention to the recommendation. At the end, I'll run through the list a second time just by number, and then we'll take one vote to approve all those articles that are not held as recommended as the official action of the town meeting. So if you want to discuss, amend, or vote against a recommendation, please stand up, and town meeting members, please stand up and yell hold, and we'll hold the articles. So Article 1 is an automatic hold. Article 2 is a hold to hear reports. Article 3 is a hold. Article 4, to amend the zoning bylaw site plan review. Hold. Article 5 is a hold. Article 6 is a hold because there's no recommendation. Article 7, to vote to transfer the sum of $30,000 from certified free cash for funding Phase 2 of the recodification of the zoning bylaw. Article 8 is a hold as the capital budget. We'll have a presentation on that. Article 9 is a hold of the non-capital budget. When we get to those articles, we will go through them section by section. Article 10, to appropriate the hold. Article 11, to transfer the amount of $1,628,000 from certified free cash and $172,000 from the receipts reserved for appropriation January 2019 for the purpose of funding a renovation of the police station. Hold. Article 12, to vote to transfer the sum of hold. Sometimes the blanket works. The transfer a sum of $1,350,000 from certified free cash for the purpose of purchasing recycling totter bins. Article 14, to transfer the sum of $4 million from certified free cash from the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund to the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund, Trust Fund. Hold. Article 15, to vote to increase the local room excise tax from 5% to 6%, effective July 1st, 2022. Article 16 is a hold for a new motion. Article 17, to vote to amend the classification plan, and that the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $42,445 for the purpose of amending the plan, effective July 1st, 2021. Article 18, to authorize the Board of Selectmen to petition the General Court to remove all personnel of the Falmouth Police Department from the Civil Service Law. Hold. Article 19, to authorize the Board of Selectmen with concurrence of the Conservation Commission to lease and provide for the management of the Peterson Farm property for a term not more than 20 years. Article 20, to accept the provisions of the Massachusetts General Law for the removal of gravestones and other memorials for repair or reproduction in accordance with the rules and regulations of the Secretary of State. Article 21, to accept the doings of the Select Board and the laying out of Winthrop Drive from Seacoast Shores Boulevard to Edgewater Drive East. Article 22 as a whole, as it needs a ballot vote. Article 23, the recommendation is indefinite postponement of the Select Board, dealing with public safety and general bylaw. Article 24, to appropriate $150,000 of free cash to be used for the design of complete streets projects. Article 25, to vote to appropriate a transfer from the ferry embarkation fee fund the amount of $30,000 for the purpose of installation of up to 6 permanent LED speed signs on Woods Hole Road and Palmer Ave. Article 26, this is, begins our Charter Review Committee amendments. This is to adopt amendment to Article 2, Town Meeting. Article 27, this is to amend Article 2, Town Meeting, Section C26, Moderator. Article 28 is a hold. Article 29, to amend Article 3 and Article 7 of the Falmouth Home Rule Charter, the powers of appointment and appointing authority general. Article 30, adopt to amend Article 7, appointed governmental bodies in the Home Rule Charter. Article 31, to amend the section on financial provisions and procedures dealing with capital improvement plans. And Article 32, to vote to transfer the jurisdiction of parcel of land as a hold. Okay, Article 1 is a hold, Article 2 is a hold, Article 3 is a hold, Article 4 is a hold, Article 5 is a hold, Article 6 is a hold, Article 7. Article 8 is a hold, Article 9 is a hold, Article 10 is a hold, Article 11 is a hold, 12 is a hold, Article 13 a hold, Article 14 is a hold, Article 15.
I wanted to comment that the Select Board to support a amendment to the, it was actually in the explanation, but we voted that all money from short-term rental be allocated to affordable housing rather than the 1% listed in the explanation.
Okay, so by way of background, the selectmen at their pre-meeting voted to assign all of it. Is that what I hear?
Short-term rent,
All
all
of the
short-term
short-term
rental
rental.
from the houses, the new revenue, not the hotel and motel tax, but the short-term rental tax. We've voted a policy to use all that funds toward the Affordable Housing Fund.
Okay, so that's by way of explanation, since it sort of changed the explanation prior to the meeting tonight. Article 15. Article 16 is a hold. Article 17. Hold. Article 18 is a hold. Article 19. Article 20. Article 21. Did I hear a hold? Yes. 21 is a hold. Article 22 is a hold. Article 23. Article 24. Article 25 is a hold. Article 26. Article 27. Article 28 is a hold. Article 29. Article 30. Article 31. And Article 32 is a hold. Mr. Chairman, for the main motion.
Mr. Moderator, I move that all articles have been passed, not held, and hereby are adopted as recommended as the official action of this meeting, and that the necessary monies for the same shall be raised and appropriated or as otherwise specified.
Okay, you've all heard the main motion to pass the blanket. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Notification of, public notification, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Moderator, I hereby serve notice of reconsideration of all articles passed under the blanket vote.
Okay, notice has been served on all financial articles. Okay, Article 1, to choose necessary town officers in accordance with nominations at town meeting. This is when we would normally put in nominations for the Finance Committee. We normally do this in April. We now have the provision in the charter where this can be done at any annual town meeting. And at this point, I do not have a nomination to put forward for the Finance Committee, so the main motion will be indefinite postponement. Mr. Chairman, for the main motion.
Mr. Moderator, I recommend as recommended.
Indefinite postponement.
Oh, I'm sorry, indefinite postponement, sorry.
Indefinite postponement. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Article 2, to hear committee reports. Mr. Chairman.
That the town vote Article 2 as printed.
Okay, this is to hear committee reports. I have the Charter Review Committee. And then next up would be the Solid Waste Advisory Committee.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Peter Clark, Precinct 1 and Chairman of the Charter Review Committee. Let's get our first slide up here. This is the committee that has served on the 4th Charter Review. Many Charter Review committees don't last for very long, and you may be wondering when this one's going to disappear. I'm here to tell you that we're substantially done with our work, and so this is our kind of farewell statement to you. And I would move ahead by simply reminding you that the Charter calls for a Charter Review. The language is at least every 7 years, the Select Board will appoint such a committee. We're the 4th, appointed in 1918, 2018. Feels like 1918. And our work has lasted 4 years primarily because of COVID, but also because of a number of issues that were raised. We have submitted an interim report that's on the town website. It's a little bit out of date now because we're not updating it monthly, but we will revise that as a final report. And that will happen when any recommendations from this town meeting go onto the ballot and are passed by the ballot in 2022. We set about our work basically to look at structures, roles, and relationships as they're defined in the Charter and as they operate. Our goal was to formulate amendments and also make non-amendment recommendations when charter language was not suitable. We worked hard to both look at positive efforts that have been made recently that are not in the Charter and should be put there, as well as looking at issues to be corrected. We look at future challenges facing the town as well as past practices. It is not our job to evaluate individual performance, and it's not our job to recommend a different form of government. That is the work of a charter commission, a completely different process. So our first major product has been 22 recommended charter amendments that were split over 3 years. That's a formal 3-step process that you've been part of. So it goes CRC to Select Board to town meeting to the ballot. There were 11 in 2019 proposed here, 10 passed and went to the ballot and 1, 5 in 2020, and there are 6 in tonight's town meeting. The second major product of our committee, as past committees, has been to take valuable ideas that aren't suitable for charter language. These can depend on the attention of the select board or other citizens to what they have to say. Our 5 position statements that are listed there were edited as guest commentaries in the Falmouth Enterprise. The formal report language is drier and more academic, but say the same things, we think, so we hope you looked at those. My name was attached, but these were all positions passed by the Charter Review Committee as a whole and represent the thinking of that whole committee. And so we want to express appreciation to a large group of people. We saw many staff and volunteers on committees diligently working at their roles. We want to thank Frank Duffy and Michael Palmer, who acted as advisors to our committee and spent long hours with us. The Select Board for their meaningful responses to our recommendations. Town officials and government bodies and citizens, all of whom suggested ideas, responded to surveys, came to forums. So it was a work that was really very gratifying to see the response, and we're happy to have worked for the town. And as I say, we're substantially done, and we'll finish officially with the ballot in 2022. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Solid Waste Advisory Committee.
Good evening. Alan Robinson, Chair of the Solid Waste Advisory Committee. I am speaking tonight on behalf of our 7 committee members. It has been a very good year for our committee. We believe for solid waste management in Falmouth. In great part, the progress being achieved is a result of town meeting support and leadership. In 2019, you approved our petition for the DPW to create a staff position solely dedicated to recycling and waste management. This is something the committee had been asking for one way or another every year since 1987 or so. A half-time position for recycling and solid waste coordinator was funded in the 2021 budget. A hire was made in March. We could not be happier with the result. Progress is being made on several fronts. In 2018, you approved our petition for a bylaw authorizing the administration to develop a comprehensive recycling bylaw. After some inaction and COVID, the Solid Waste Advisory Committee asked for and received authority from the administration to spearhead the bylaw development. We have partnered on this with the DPW, the Board of Health, and more recently with Town Council. We have an article with a detailed bylaw. There will be an article, a detailed bylaw on the spring 2022 meeting warrant for your approval. Last year, you voted to approve bans on the sales of single-use plastic water bottles and nips. The bans went into effect in September and October of this year. By all reports, there are already remarkably fewer nips littering our roadsides, parking lots, and other areas. This enhancement of our community is a direct result of your actions. Solid Waste Advisory Committee looks forward to continued progress in 2022. Among the initiatives on which we will focus are, together with the Department of Public Works, reaching out to the community more frequently and more effectively, suggestions as to ways we can all reduce trash tonnage, recycle better, and find second homes for goods we no longer need, but for which others will find a value for it. Second, to help make the Thomas Landers Road Waste Management Facility more user-friendly and a greater resource to the community. I will close on behalf of the Solid Waste Advisory Committee with 2 requests. 1, please vote yes on Article 13 to fund the purchase of recyclable carts. And second, as we always ask when given a public forum, please either place your curbside recyclables in plastic bags or dispose of plastic bags and wraps with your recyclables. Thank you, and have a good meeting.
Any other committees to make a report? Okay, hearing none, the question will come on the main motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Article 3. Planning Board for the main motion.
Charlotte Harris, Precinct 5, and speaking on behalf of the 7-member Planning Board. I would like to make a motion. I move that the town meeting vote Article 3 as printed in the warrant book, noting that the correct Roman numeral for the new article is 49 XL1X, and remove from the proposed overlay district 4 lots on Highfield Drive. I'm going to number the lots so we're really clear about which parcels they are. They are 3801011001, 38010111A001, 38010111B003, and 38010111C004, all on Highfield Drive, as well as a lot in East Falmouth, lot 3202001 and 000 at East Falmouth Highway and Central Ave, known as Kenyon's Corner.
Okay, you've all heard the main motion. We'll have a presentation, and there will be some maps to show you those amendments of the sections that will, the main motion will remove. Traditionally, town meeting has 2 articles, one to deal with the zoning bylaw and a separate one to deal with the map of where we put that zoning. This is one article. So what I'm going to do as we go forward, I'm going to divide the question. We will have the presentation and debate over this bylaw. We will allow up to 2 amendments on the bylaw, and then we will vote on the bylaw itself, which is a majority under the new state statute that allows housing production zoning to require a majority vote rather than a 2/3. And then once we vote on that, if town meeting votes yes on the zoning bylaw, we will then have a discussion on the map, and then we'll be able to vote where to put that zone on the map. So we will bifurcate the question since it's included in one article so that we can retain the precedent of having those 2 discussions and up to the 2 amendments on each section. So, Madam Chair.
Thank you. That's a little confusing, but I think it'll be clear as we go forward. First, we're going to have a PowerPoint to explain it. I think you were all given a reprint of the article, one of the 14 articles that appeared in the Enterprise, which has been very helpful to us in trying to build a constituency, a greater one, for multifamily housing. As you know, the Planning Board has been working, trying to put together a multifamily housing bylaw for at least 3 years. We had a prior one, the accessory dwelling unit, and we now have well over 30 accessory dwelling units in town and hope to have more, but we expect to see much more activity building multifamily housing under the bylaw that you're about to take a look at. Before we start the presentation, I do want to thank people who've helped us. EDIC has been very forthcoming in coming to the hearings and supporting our work and giving us excellent suggestions. People in town who are activists for energy have come and spoken with us and asked that to be included. The Housing Trust people, represented by Eric Turking, who is here with me, you know, the builder of 704 Main Street, I hope you're all familiar with that one, has been part of the working group putting this bylaw together. John Drewley from the Planning Board and others on the Planning Board have worked, and they're here with me in case my memory slips, so that we get the right numbers and can answer all of your questions. So now I think we're going to go through the presentation that we have. Okay, so this bylaw, the Mr. Cod, which is a nickname I picked up almost immediately because it's such an awkward title, it stands for Mixed Residential and Commercial Overlay District. You know, you're familiar with mixed residential and commercial buildings because 704 Main Street is exactly that. So are many of the buildings along Main Street. They were built long ago. Long ago, it was very common to have apartments above and have shops below. This is really a return to an earlier way of building dense housing. So it's Mr. Cod, and do I click it each time? Okay, thank you. The purpose of it is to provide incentives to the private sector to build senior workforce affordable and market rate housing. The town has made an effort through the Community Preservation Act to fund multifamily housing, but it's simply not enough money to build very much housing. We're going to have to get more money in it. It's going to take private money. In order to do that, to build at any kind of scale, developers need incentives. After all, it's a capitalist society. You can't deny them that, and we are trying to provide that with this bylaw. What we're trying to do is return local control. I think many of you are very familiar with the Liberty Green project, which perhaps some people welcomed it. Many people were horrified by it. I'm among those horrified. It's just out of scale with our town. We've tried to prevent it. It went to court. We've lost. It's coming, and it's too bad. But we don't need to have many more of them. If we are able to pass legislation that provides developers with the incentives they need, then we will be able to retain local control over those kinds of developments, high-density developments, and that's what we're trying to do. So one of our main goals with this, Mr. Codd, is to reach the 10% goal. We also have a goal, an annual goal. If we build, I think it's 75 per year, annually, 75 units per year, which I believe we will this year, then we forestall another 40B. So we're getting there. This is the Liberty Green that's been approved by the courts. It will be coming. I'm not too sure when they're going to actually put a shovel in the ground. I understand there's some more suits pending. What we want to do in doing this is to locate them. You know, the state passed a new law, the Housing Choice Law, and they realize that there's a tremendous, it's not just Falmouth, it's everywhere, a real shortage of affordable housing, of rental units particularly. They passed housing choice legislation to enable communities to build more of this. Part of that is that we can pass it by a simple majority, but they have told us what is an eligible district, and they're trying to create, and we're trying to create walkable places so people don't have to have cars in order to go food shopping, or in order to go out to dinner, or in order to meet up with their friends, or go bowling. They'd be downtown or in the villages along 28, so that they would be walkable neighborhoods, new neighborhoods. Eligible locations is defined in that housing choice legislation. And here's what it has to say. You can read it for yourself. Concentrated in centers and other existing commercial districts. So the areas that we are proposing here to build the multifamily housing are the existing commercial districts here in Falmouth. The proposed sites, and there's supposed to be a way for me, if I could do it, maybe we'll be able to do it, so that you'll be able to look. The little red areas there are the business districts in town. We're planning to exclude the one furthest to the left, because that's Highfield Drive, and exclude one along the string going out toward Mashpee, Kenyon's Corner. So those won't be in it. But the rest will, and the major portion of this, the place where the most land is to actually contain these, downtown on Davis Straits. And then in each of the villages at the end of the peninsula roads going east from Falmouth Center. So you can look there, and then there's also, it's not clear on that map right now because of the map getting squished, there's a little bit of B2 zoning up in North Falmouth also, near that center. That's where they would be if you vote for it. It would be by right, and by right is a really important kind of a provision. When things are by right, then developers don't have to go through a really extended, very expensive because of the lawyers involved and because of the time involved, very expensive process in order to be assured that they will be able to build up to 20 units per acre. Right now, you know, you can only build up to 6 units per acre anywhere in town and only in limited areas, and downtown and business redevelopment, 8. That's not enough to pay them to put in the housing, so they're not building it. But right now, B2, the kinds of things that you can have in B2, read those. It's a huge list. It's sort of surprising. Anything that's now zone B2 can have any one of the things that are named there. Because it's an overlay district, it goes right on top of that. Any developer, any builder, any owner can still do all those things. They're not precluded from doing that, but they can also build multifamily mixed-use housing. So it adds to what they can do. The benefits that developers get from the bylaw that we've crafted here is they retain their current rights to the density. They get local permit granting authority by right. They don't have to worry about whether or not the planning board, the ZBA, the Conservation Commission, someone's going to turn them down. They're not. It's by right. However, they are not also, another benefit to them is they don't have the 40B cost limitations. If you do a 40B, which is the usual workaround for density, then you're limited in the profit that you can take. You're going to have to pay lawyers to walk you all the way through the process. It's an expensive process. So they don't have that. That's an incentive. They get to mix residential and commercial uses. This adds to the rentals that they can get. And this is the main provision, 20 units per acre. That's enough to pay them to actually do this. They can make money on these projects, and that's the main incentive. The limitations on them to prevent them from doing something we really hope they don't do here in Falmouth. They have to come to the planning board for site plan review. The planning board adopted about, I think it's over a year ago now, design guidelines. They don't have the force of a bylaw, they're guidelines, so they're flexible. They're based on the Cape Cod Commission's design guidelines. We did surveys, the planning board surveyed, I don't know how many of you answered it, surveyed to see what kind of housing would you like, what sort of buildings would you like multifamily units to look like, and no big surprise, everybody wanted them to look like Cape Cod buildings. So that's what the design guidelines do. Cape Cod buildings, when you think about it, there's a lot of styles there, but none of them is very tall. All of them have evenly spaced windows. They tend to be gabled. You know what a Cape Cod building looks like. That's what the design guidelines are specifying. There's a minimum lot size so that they can't cram a big building on a tiny lot. It has to have at least 10,000 square feet. That leaves them a lot of lots that they can build on along the areas that we've specified in B2. 35-foot height maximum, we already have that in town. That's not a change. Shared parking, that would be new. You know, one of the reasons we have those enormous parking lots in front of the Falmouth Plaza is because our bylaws tell them they have to. So that we have created this sea of asphalt, most of which never gets used except on race weekend. I mean, it's just there. We've kind of preserved a lot of land downtown. We're just keeping it under asphalt. If we don't insist on parking for every single unit, then we can have more housing. So we're keeping the parking flexible and shared, so that if you make an arrangement to park nearby but not directly on your own land, that might be okay. It would have to get okayed. Front yard requirements. You may not park in the front yard. We've expressed that as a maximum 20-foot setback from the front, no parking in front. The parking will be to the side and to the rear. Side and rear setbacks, 20 feet. You get to use most of your lot for the building and for the parking you need. And maximum lot coverage, 70%. We already have that in business redevelopment. You're used to it. If you think about 704 Main Street. Do you all know which one 704 is? Yeah. Okay, that one, which is a good
Madam
looking.
Chair, your 10 minutes has expired. You can request an additional amount, and then town meeting has to vote 2/3 to add it.
I request an additional amount, please.
A specific amount. How much longer?
4 minutes.
Okay. The motion is to add 4 minutes to the presentation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. And the chair said the ayes have it unanimously.
Thank you. I'll try and speed this up. What 28 units per acre looks like, you might be surprised by it. We've already got it here in town. So that there is the Weeks building, it's called. You know, it's got Twigs in it, it's got a little restaurant in it. It's right on Main Street across from Town Hall. Right next to it is the Old Fellows Hall. That's got 8 units, I think, in it. And remember, this is up to 20 units. You don't have to do all 20. You can do up to that. The Gifford Workforce Housing, and which is 11 units? 10 units. 20 on an acre, 20 units in 20 in a building? And there's 704 right there. Here are some things that other towns have done. They've got a smart growth law. Barnstable has multifamily affordable housing, 16 units. Nantucket did workforce rental housing, 20 units per acre at a suitable location. The benefits that we get here in town from this bylaw, we get local control over what is being built that's a building of any size, and that really is a gift of great price. The 25% of the units have to be affordable. We're keeping that. You might think, well, gee, why didn't you make them all affordable? Then they wouldn't all get built. but 25% will be billed, and it will be a mixed income settlement. No financial contribution or subsidy requirements, so that we will not be using, probably, the money that is from community preservation or other subsidies in order to do this. This is to incentivize private money to build the housing that we need. At 10%, once we get there, then we can say, no, we're not going to have more Liberty Greens, and that's our presentation. So now we're ready for questions. If you have questions, we are so hopeful that this will be approved by perhaps greater than a simple majority.
Okay, discussion? Mr. Patrick? Patrick, as we were reviewing what you're going to present, subsection M, dealing with a tax credit, is beyond the zoning bylaw. So your first section M is within the scope, but the tax credit would be beyond the scope of a zoning bylaw.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. Matt Patrick here, Precinct 7. I'd like to offer an amendment to Article 3. All units will be aligned to maximize solar gain within 30 degrees of true south, and solar canopies over all parking lots will be required. At least 30% of said canopies will have bi-directional charging stations for electric vehicles. I offer these amendments because while we're doing this, while we're debating these fairly sizable changes to our laws, why not consider energy? We all know that it's very important that we address energy usage in the world, in the Commonwealth, and right here in town. I don't know how many of you know, but the Commonwealth's bill mandates that we stop the sale of fossil fuel cars in 15 years. It's not very far down the road. And we're supposed to be at net zero by 2050. It's only 28 years away. So I think it's about time we got serious about talking about this. I went back to look at our local comprehensive plan, the energy section, and it has a bullet, an item, amend the site plan review requirements in the zoning bylaw to require an analysis of maximizing solar exposure as well as maximum percentage of on-site renewable energy production. The short-term completion date was within 2 years. Responsible parties were the planning board and town meeting. Well, I'm bringing this to town meeting. That was in 2016 that we passed that local comprehensive plan. So that's why I brought it here. I thought it fair enough to get this on the table and debate it. My second part of that amendment would have been an incentive for builders. Hopefully we can talk about that at some other time, maybe with the Board of Selectmen, Select Board, I'm sorry. And so that's it. I'll be short.
Okay, discussion open on the amendment in the balcony. Yep, we can hear you.
Hi, sorry, I had a comment on the, I guess, on the overall bylaw, but...
No, we're only doing the amendment right now.
Okay.
Okay, discussion on the amendment, Mr. Latimer. And then Ms. Harris.
Richard Latimer, Precinct 1. I support this amendment. We're talking about planning. And as Matt has said, there's going to be a dearth of gasoline-powered cars in the near future. People will be required to purchase new cars have to be electric. The people that are occupying these houses are going to need at some point to install electric charging stations. But more significantly than that is we're talking about increasing a population in this town which is going to increase the energy demand. The more people that are living in these houses, the more energy these houses are going to be consuming. So why not, let's look at the big picture here in terms not just of how nice the houses are going to look, but how they're going to perform in terms of our real energy needs in the future, as well as how it's going to fit in with the image of Cape Cod. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
I'd like to speak against the amendment, which may sound strange. The Planning Board definitely supports anything we can do to help with energy. We added to our site plan review process that we would ask each of the applicants what they're doing in order to orient their roofs for solar, what kinds of plans they have for saving energy or making the houses more energy efficient. So it's part of our process. The reason I wouldn't want to see this added and the Planning Board doesn't want to see it added was actually debated through the public hearing. We're trying to incentivize private developers to build multifamily housing to solve a problem for this town. We did not wish to burden this bylaw with a requirement that's going to cause them to have to build canopies or put in gas, but I'm not sure what the energy thing, plug-in thing is called. That's a problem that should be eventually a requirement and reasonably soon for anything that gets built, but not for these particular singled out developments. We don't want to burden the bylaw. We really want to make it as incentivizing for the developers as possible, although we're sympathetic with the goal.
Okay, Ms. Carey.
Rosemary Carey, Precinct 5. I support this amendment, and I did want to point out, I'll say it again, that it's in the Planning Board's drafted local comprehensive plan from 2016. Amend the site plan review requirements in the zoning bylaw to require an analysis of maximizing solar exposure as well as a minimum percentage of on-site renewable energy production. And this is an opportunity to get those requirements in the bylaw. What is concerning to me is the by right phrase in the language that developers can say, well, we considered this, but we're, adhering to the strict guidelines of the bylaw. I think the spirit of Mr. Codd is to promote more affordable housing, but affordability in owning the home is just as important as renting or buying. And so we should be looking at features like on-site solar and other such features in the bylaw now. So I support the amendment that was presented by Matt Patrick.
Okay, I think it's Ms. Conley. I'm having trouble seeing folks with a mask. We've got to get clear masks so I can see who's.
Hi, Ann Conley, Precinct 6. So, again, while I support, being green, certainly I think we should have plug-in stations and all that sort of stuff, but you cannot. I mean, can we pull up the map again that shows where these places are? The lot sizes are crazy. As a former affordable housing developer, you can't restrict somebody to that point where they'd have to face the property or the proposed development a certain way. Nobody's going to do it. You're going to shoot it down. So the whole spirit of this bylaw, which I support, by the way, is to incentivize for-profit developers. Maybe a nonprofit developer will throw their hat in the ring, but the more restrictions that you put on it, the harder it will be. I love the idea of solar. We did it at One Chancery Lane. I love plugging your car in if you have that kind of a car. But you cannot make it onerous for a potential developer. They just simply will not utilize the bylaw, and that will defeat the entire purpose. I trust that the planning board will review it, and they may well incentivize developers who come to them with a green plan. Maybe we could, work on something like that. But please don't restrict this with the green amendment. Thanks.
Okay. Am I right, just on the edge of the balcony there? Yep.
Amy Leonardi, Precinct 8. Thank you, Ms. Harris, for all your work with this committee that you have all done, because this is drastically needed. And I support the work you've done. I'm not in support of the amendment. I agree with Ms. Connolly. Putting these restrictions on this affordable housing crisis is a crisis now. We have to do something about it now. We don't have to make it harder. In addition, when we talk about the electric cars, I mean, an electric car costs over $50,000. Who living at 25, the 80% AMI is affording a $50,000 car? Yeah, I mean, it's insane. And I understand we've got to do these things and we got to forward think, but this is not the place to do it. We've got to solve this problem first.
Okay, Mr. Herbst.
Ralph Herbst, Precinct 8, 14 years on the planning board. I support the amendment. The planning board has the option of waiving requirements, and we also know that the state and the federal government currently are offering huge incentives to put solar on your house, and they could, there's no reason why the developer couldn't do the same thing. So I absolutely support this this amendment. Developers come to the planning board all the time, and usually ask at least one or two waivers to get their projects approved. The waivers aren't always approved, but there is an option that they have. So that, and then the planning board can make a decision about whether or not solar is appropriate in these areas. Thank you.
Mr. Patrick, and then Mr. Latimer.
I appreciate all the work that's gone into this article. I do support it. I think the amendment is very timely, though. This is the proper place for us to debate this. 20 units per acre is a big, big deal. We're giving them 20 units per acre. That's never been done in this town. Let's get something back for it. Not all electric cars are $50,000 by any stretch of the imagination. And they will go down in price as demand goes up. That goes without saying. So, I think the planning board is where the rubber meets the road here. And they have really not done much in terms of creative thinking about energy, renewable energy, energy efficiency. So I hope you vote in favor of this amendment. Thank you.
Mr. Latimer, and then Ms. Shepherd.
Richard Latimer, Precinct 1. Again, we're talking about the future. What the price of an electric car is today isn't really relevant. Nobody's going to make a tenant moving into one of these places purchase an electric car. But 8-10 years down the road, when another tenant comes in, it may be more desirable to have an electric car, more affordable, and that person won't then have to build in what should be there in the first place.
because anybody who buys an electric car also has the additional money to be spent for the charging station. So let's provide that charging station, not for the person who's going to rent it next year, but for the person who's going to rent it in 12 years. That's good economic sense. And by the way, by having the solar power there, these people are going to be saving a lot of money on their electric bills. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Shepherd, in the center.
Susan Shepherd, Precinct 1. This discussion reminds me of what just took place in Glasgow at the international level. Yes, we do have an affordable housing crisis, and I support this article, but we also have a climate crisis. And I think we have to look at that as well. Mr. Patrick alluded to the fact, or actually Mr. Herbst alluded to the fact that the planning board can grant waivers. I think we need to look at all these pieces together. I very much support this amendment. Thank you.
Okay, back left aisle.
Hello, Leo Fahey, Precinct 7. You know, the whole idea of this article is to get control over the projects that are becoming in front of the planning board and try to maintain control over 40B projects that we have no control over. And the more onerous costs you put on a developer to come in and put his own private money up front and not have years before he recoups any of that money and put cost on that developer, you know, it's taken the whole spirit of what we're trying to accomplish, this amendment. It's a noble amendment, but you have some time to think it out and put it on other projects. But to have these specific projects have to have onerous costs, it's defeating the control that we're trying to get over the projects that itself. So it doesn't take all these 40B developments that we have no control over. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Lowell. Ms. Lowell in the center here.
Vicki Lowell, Precinct 1. We haven't seen Mr. Patrick's amendment up in writing, but I think it's a little cavalier to say the planning board can just waive something. Site plan review is flexible, but if you put a standard into the bylaw, it's there. You can't just waive it. That's why you go to the Zoning Board of Appeals for variance. So I think this complicates it a lot, and I hate getting up here and speaking against it because I've been worried about climate change for 35 years, and it's almost 30 years since I was on the planning board too. So, but I just think that it shouldn't be complicated with this. Perhaps the towns can come up with other ways to incentivize and create energy solutions, because we certainly do need them. But I don't think that this is the proper time to start with this bylaw. Thank you.
Okay. I think it's Ms. Feynman Silva on the aisle.
Sandra Feynman Silva, Precinct 2. And this amendment is really an environmental justice issue. This is really the way that we should be introducing solutions to the environmental crisis that, when I think about my grandchildren's lives 25, 30, 40 years from now when I'm long gone, I cry, because this is a major issue that we are sweeping under the rug. The town, indeed, this particular proposal will help those working families, as Mr. Latimer mentioned, by reducing their electricity costs. And we can incentivize builders. It was mentioned that there could be incentives by bypassing the bylaw. But we, as a town, can incentivize, if you want to incentivize the builders. but the builders need to be helping to find solutions to the environmental crisis that we know exists. We just had a tornado warning in Falmouth 4 days ago. I think this crisis is real and we have to confront it, and this is a very good way to confront it. Thank you.
Ms. Harris? Or Mr.? Well, I had Ms. Harris on the list. Are you speaking on that record?
One, the reason this bylaw is before us is because nobody has been building rental housing in this town, affordable or otherwise, for many, many years. The whole point of it is to get someone to do that in a way that advantages the town, helps us with our 40B, helps us with our seniors, helps us with all the populations who right now can find no rental housing. Matt's ideas are terrific. If you're going to put something like that in the town bylaw, put it on all the buildings that go up in this town. You know, the $500,000 houses, they should be the ones that put the solar. You don't start with these houses. These are marginal. No one's done it at all up till now. And if you put this kind of burden on them, no one ever will.
Ms. Thorold?
Andrea Thorold, Precinct 6. I also wanted to second the request to actually see the amendment because there were several parts to that. And I've been hearing the pros and cons of all of this, and I've been hearing that because the solar that would be on the unit, that would actually cut costs for the tenants there. But does that automatically feed back to lower their electric bills? Does the canopy, like where does all this power go? I just feel like there's a lot of questions to have this kind of, I'm glad we're having the debate because these are questions that need to be asked and we need to push this forward. But there just seems to be so many pros and cons that it's hard to do this at the last minute, right when we thought we were coming in to address the affordable housing bylaw.
Okay, we don't have it as a slide, but I'll read it again. It's to add section M under the development requirements. All units will be aligned to maximize solar gain within 30 degrees of true south, and solar canopies over all parking lots will be required. At least 30% of said solar canopies will have bi-directional charging stations for electric vehicles. So that's the language of the amendment. Next on my list is Mr. Wasdor. Yep. Oh, with the microphone, please.
I'm Maureen O'Connell, Precinct 4. These parking places are not assigned to these units. These are parking spots that are available to anyone in the town of Falmouth. Is that correct? Well, I mean, they're not assigned, is what I understand. As they're not assigned, anyone can. Please, am I misunderstanding?
Ms. Harris?
No, you're not misunderstanding. No, they're not assigned, but they'll be on private property. And we won't know until site plan review what plans the developer might have for either assigning them or reserving them. They might be reserving them for the commercial things that will be on the first floor in all likelihood. We just don't know the answer to your question right now.
So you're saying even though they're not assigned, they're reserved to the
Well, they would be part of the development within the
reserved to
district.
the people with, or those
We don't know. They'll be on private property, and it would be part of a proposal being made by a developer to propose the distribution of parking spaces.
I mean, for example, the developer could propose to make the spaces available for lease or whatever if parking becomes more valuable downtown,
No.
or you might want to.
No,
Okay, we're getting into debate. I thought you had a point of order. So
I did not have a point of order, Mr.
Okay,
Moderator.
so then you need
It was a point of clarification.
Okay.
Talking
There's,
about
there's no such thing as a point of clarification. You get on my list. So that's good. We clarified that, but I need to add you to the list, which is getting very long on this amendment.
Thank you,
So
David.
let's focus our comments on this amendment because this list is getting long. Mr. Wasdorp?
Peter Wassler, Precinct 1. I want to remind members of this body that not so long ago, we passed an article declaring a climate emergency. An emergency means no more business as usual. Something really important is happening. When we passed that article, we had hopes of maybe holding global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade. And even then, we weren't certain what the consequences were. We're hearing now after Glasgow Climate Conference, the UN panel is saying we're heading towards 2.5 degrees centigrade with all kinds of tipping points. We're not talking about minor flooding in Woods Hole. We're not talking about losing beaches. We're talking about ocean currents changing. We're talking about permafrost melting. We're talking about the possibility of runaway global heating. We cannot afford business as usual. There will be all kinds of incentives as we move forward because of the fairly important climate bill that's passed the state. There'll be all kinds of incentives for charging stations, for canopies with rooftop solar. I don't think it's going to add to the cost of these buildings. This is not a noble amendment. You can't stand and say, my sympathies are green, but this isn't the place to do it. This is the place to do it. Now is the time to do it. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Lichtenstein. Ms. Connolly, you're on the list. Ms. Lichtenstein? If you could stand so they know who to bring the mic to.
Leslie Lichtenstein, Precinct 8. I'd like to call the question.
Okay. So this is to close discussion just on the amendment. All those in favor of moving the question on the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair is that the ayes have it by a 2/3, and the question is closed on the amendment. The question will now come on the amendment to add Section B. All units will be aligned to maximize solar gain within 30 degrees of true south, and solar canopies over all parking lots will be required. At least 30% of said solar canopies will have bidirectional charging stations for electric vehicles. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. Let's do a slide. We're going to use the clickers for a counted vote. All those in favor signify by pressing A. All those opposed, press B. All those in favor, press A. All those opposed, press B. Yep. This is the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, press A. All those opposed to the amendment, press B. By a counted vote of 89 in favor and 111 opposed, the amendment does not pass, and we go back to the speaking list on the main motion. I had someone in the balcony.
Good evening. My name is Heather Goldstone, and I'm here this evening on behalf of the Woods Hole Diversity Initiative, which is composed of the leadership of the 6 Woods Hole scientific institutions. That's Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, the Marine Biological Laboratory, Woodwell Climate Research Center, the U.S. Geological Survey, and NOAA's Northeast Fisheries Science Center, and Sea Education Association. Collectively, our institutions bring more than $400 million in federal and private funding to Massachusetts annually. We employ more than 2,000 people year-round and educate more than 2,500 students each year. Like all employers on Cape Cod, we know that affordable housing is one of the greatest obstacles we face to recruiting and retaining the workforce we need. The diverse students, scientists, technicians, and support staff who enable us all to better understand the world around us and address critical issues for our region like coastal erosion, climate change, and sustainable fisheries. We are committed to building more diverse, equitable, and inclusive workplaces, but we know that our employees and their families spend only a fraction of their time within our walls. Our broader community must be equally welcoming, and that begins with offering opportunities to find a comfortable, safe, and sanitary home. We urge the town of Falmouth to prioritize affordable housing at all income levels so that those who work here can also live here. Thank you to all of you for your work on behalf of our town, and thank you for allowing me to speak this evening.
Okay, Mr. Latimer? Mr. Latimer, I had you on the original list. Mr. Latimer, I had you on the original list. Are you? Okay. Mr. Donahue, you were on the original list. Yep, just stand up so they can see who bring the mic to.
Bob Donahue, Precinct 3. I would like to ask, the employers of the town, not manufacturing employees or educational employees, but the Main Street employees usually pay minimum wage. I'm not sure what minimum wage is today. I believe it's around $11 an hour. Will your housing take into consideration these people that we need housing for? And what I would further like to say is, if not, then I'd like to make a motion that 20% of any future housing considered workforce housing have to include minimum wage earners in the town of Falmouth only. They must be resident, they must be working here in Falmouth to qualify. Thank you.
Ms. Harris.
The proposed bylaw has two items in it, two requirements in it that speak to your issue. One is 25% of the units have to be affordable. The definition for affordable that we're using is the state and local, Falmouth uses it also, definition for affordable housing, and that will be administered by the Falmouth Housing Authority, so that we're saying we're going to tie into all of those rules with which we're familiar. I think that we all know that's 80% of the average median income, which is not really affordable, but it's the one that is being used, and that's the one that we're proposing. We're saying 25% of the units, if the units are rental units, 100% of them are rental, because we would prefer rental units to be built. However, developers have the option of having for sale units, being able to take their profit right away. But if they are going to do that, in order to have them be condos or something, then 50% have to be affordable so that we get more from them. Those are the provisions that we're asking you to approve.
You use affordable. How about putting a number on what is affordable? I can tell you $30,000 is what a person makes at $11 an hour.
So, Mr. Donahue, it's a formula. It's 80%
I know,
of
but
AMI.
80% of what? 80% of 100,000?
Of the AMI.
No, it's 80% of the average median
What's
income.
the average median income?
It's 64,000 something or other. I actually looked that up. I wish I could remember the whole number. And if you're a single person, that means that you would be earning 54,000 or less to live on for the year. And you think, well, gee, there are a lot of people working retail who don't earn that. And yet, I believe it's a sliding fee scale like that they're using at the Housing Authority.
We have employees in the town.
That is true.
Town of Falmouth employees that do not make $53,000 a year. So they can't qualify for this housing.
Yes, they can. They can't earn more than that.
They can't earn more than that 80% of AMI to qualify.
They can certainly earn less than that.
can we put an amendment onto it that minimum wage employees?
No, this is 80% or below, which includes the minimum wage folks. Mr. Neto?
Mr. Moderator, I have a question to the chairman of the planning board, and I'd like some leeway here not to have that count towards my 4 minutes, because I'm going to give you some...
There is no leeway. Your clock's ticking.
No, very quickly. Can you tell me why the Kenyon's parcel all of a sudden was withdrawn tonight in East Falmouth?
It was withdrawn because we go through a series of public hearings and we pay attention to what we hear, and we had those, and then we went to the precinct hearings. And at the precinct hearings, we heard that it was not acceptable, apparently to a number of people, that they would be opposing our proposed bylaw if we were to include the Highfield Hall properties and the Kenyon property. So thinking about it, we thought, we're not going to jeopardize the whole thing over that. And what we tried to do was use the definition that comes with the state legislation for housing choice, which is the state's shot at trying to get more rental and multifamily housing, where they're talking about eligible locations that are really commercial centers. And neither of those really is. They don't really meet that definition. So we're excluding them if we can.
Well, obviously you didn't take my comments at Precinct 8 and 9, and if you went to the coffee shops of the people in East Falmouth, you didn't listen to them either, because many people that I represent in East Falmouth are against this bylaw. And they're not against this bylaw because it's affordable housing. And it's tough to speak against things like this that come under affordable housing. This is a bylaw written by developers for developers. The main item that you defeated, there's 89 people here who think of the environment. I'd like to be specific on this. If you look in your warrant book, it's on section 240-258. 20 units per 40,000 square feet. Stop and think about that. You are going to destroy the aquifer. We do not have a Title V system that protects the aquifer. We're talking, how many of you live on a piece of land that's less than 40,000 square feet? Imagine 20 units is 20 toilets, 20 showers, 20 sinks. And if it's 2 and 3 bedroom places, multiply that by the inhabitants using that. If you have less than 40,000, but at least 10,000, according to this, you can put 4 units. The Cape Cod Commission has taken all their federal money in the newspaper Saturday, and they voted to protect the aquifer, spending that money that the federal government gave them, and looking at wastewater. I cannot support this if you're going to destroy the environment, and that's what this is going to do. If you looked at 740 Main Street and even Liberty Green, guess what, folks? They're on the sewer. If you would bear with me and look at the last page in your book on that map, we don't have a sewer in T-Ticket, we don't have a sewer in East Falmouth, and we don't have a sewer in Wack-White. This article is a boondoggle for developers. It was written by developers. If so much planning was giving into this, how in the world did the planning board include Highfield Hall? They didn't realize that they wanted to turn Highfield Hall into affordable housing? In talking to people in affordable housing, they said, Joe, we have many of these rights right now. We can build with what we have written. This town meeting 8, 10 years ago voted to sewer Falmouth Heights. and Mara Vista. And I got up and spoke in favor of that. And I have property in there. And I'm an environmentalist. Because once you lose the environment, you have nothing. Stop and think about it. You're going to jeopardize the water source of Cape Cod, our sole source aquifer.
Okay, Mr. Neto, we're at the 4.
Yeah, thank you. There's many other, this is not what it appears to be. Please.
Ms. Bissonnette?
Karen Bissonnette, Precinct 2. If someone was wondering what the 80% of area median income rents are, they're about $1,550 for a 2-bedroom and about $1,800 for a 3-bedroom. And so just to give you an idea, and that would be at 80% of area median income, just in case people were curious.
Okay, Mr. Latimer? Let's do a few more on the main motion, because I've only had 4 speakers on the main motion. So, okay. I had someone on the back left. Now I'll add you to the list. Yeah.
Hi, Wendy Vogel, Precinct 4. Some of my constituents came to me concerned about this article because they felt that it would change significantly the feel of the town. The thought of 20 units on 1 acre is kind of daunting. And could you put the slide up again where you showed the pictures? Because I think you said that one of them only had 11 units in it. I'd really like to see what 20 units on 70% of an acre looks like, because that's what you would have for usable space. And then only 35 feet up. I think that the resulting look would be kind of boxy and perhaps not what we want to see on every other lot on Main Street. The other comment I got from people was the potential impact on downtown businesses due to parking issues. If they're putting less than 1 parking space per unit with each building, then those folks are going to be parking on the street. And then that's going to make a street parking situation potentially much worse. And that was pretty much the feedback that I got, concerns about the look, how realistic it is to do 20 units on 70% of an acre, and what the impact on the character of the town and the downtown businesses would be.
Okay, in the purple shirt in the center aisle, right about midway center aisle.
Megan Hanwell, Precinct 8. I have a couple of questions. One is, what percent is the town of Falmouth at affordable housing? If we're trying to get to 10, what are we at now? What will this project get us to? And then there was one of the slides said that even if we do this one of these projects, that even if only 25% are affordable, 100% counts towards the 10% goal. So I'm concerned about that part of this.
Mr. Turkington, do you want to?
Just to answer a few points. Mr. Neto brought up a subject that I actually know something about, which is wastewater. The plan.
Well, Mr. Turkington, are you going to answer her question?
Okay, hers.
And then I can add you to the list.
The aesthetics, well, we'll tell you about those 4 buildings up there.
No. Her question was, what percentage of affordable housing do we currently have in Falmouth?
The 7.3.
7.3, okay. And I'll add you to my list, Mr. Turkington. All right, someone on the right side over here. Yep, right there. Oh, was that not the... No, wait a minute, I guess that... Yeah, no, she didn't get an answer to the question. I thought that was what I heard as the
There were
question.
3 questions. One is, what are we at now? What will we get to with this project? And
This isn't a project. This is a zone, so
The
it's
zone,
projections. It's-
Projection. And the
Depends if
third
anybody
one was clarification on the line in the presentation that said 100% of the units count towards the goal versus the affordable, only the affordable ones.
It would only be 100% of the affordable units would count towards the goal.
100% of the rental units. Rental units count as 100% toward the goal.
Even if they're market rate?
Correct.
Okay.
That's the beauty of what we're
Okay.
trying to do here.
Yeah, so back to where were we on the, oh, right down front here.
So, Robert Dugan, Precinct 2. I'm also a member of the Zoning Board of Appeals, but I'm speaking as a member for Precinct 2. The affordability requirement here is really the only plus we get from change in density. There has been a focus to streamline the development process, and in lieu of that, we've actually diluted it completely in favor of the developers. This is a massive density. This isn't 2 times, this isn't 3 times, this is more than 3 times what is allowed. The maps that were supplied to us for B1, B2, and business redevelopment add up to hundreds of lots in this town. We are not looking at very small sections or very specific sections. We're looking at hundreds of lots. Regarding setback requirements, they didn't do a minimum setback requirement from front yards or from a street. When a developer builds one of these projects, they can automatically build on the sidewalk on the street, on the 0 line. That's the way it was written. In areas like East Main Street, where I am, and I'm also directly next to the Liberty Green project, the only green space we have on East Main Street is the landscaping sections at the street. You know, when you're looking at the downtown section and you have the historic district where Liam's or those stores are, you have the Library Park, you have Peg Noonan, you have the Village Green. That breaks it up. It's a mistake. Imagine driving down Davis Straits in 28 and having every single building built directly on the street and on the sidewalk. You'd be creating almost a canyon. If it's a corner lot, the developer can choose which street he wants to front on with 0 frontage. That's his right. Now, by making this a by right use and not a special permit use, you're bypassing appealability by neighbors and neighborhoods. You know, they can't appeal the project. They could try to appeal a building permit for construction purposes. They wouldn't be allowed to appeal the project. The zoning board has always been the authority on nonconformities. They've written in here that on any of the non-conforming buildings that are on these lots, the planning board will make the decision on if it's an increase in nonconformity or not. The zoning board is not involved. If you didn't do this transfer, the zoning board would have to be the nonconforming authority on all of these actual same lots. You're dealing with bulk of buildings and parking waivers. The planning board can waive bulk or mass. There were comments about volumes of buildings and what they may look like. As long as the planning board makes a finding that they feel there's no adverse look to the neighborhood and it fits in, they can waive bulk. Bulk has a direct correlation between effects on neighborhoods. You're dealing with shadow effects. Parking waivers, yes, if you can have shared cars and you can work out something with adjacent lots, that's fine. Falmouth right now, the town planner is leaving. The housing coordinator is leaving. We still haven't filled the position of a building commissioner. We only have 1 zoning enforcement agent for the entire town. We have no way to enforce what's in this article if there's problems with it. Infrastructure was brought up with the sewer. You may not have sewer in East Falmouth, but we do have it in the main. What is the town's wastewater capacity if thousands of units are created by this massive overlay district? There's been discussions of improvements on the main road, Davis Straits, Falmouth. Part of it is state highway, part of it isn't. What happens when you're building buildings directly on the street and now the state wants to redevelop the street? What happens with the telephone poles? As a by right use, I can build on the street. You can't tell me I can't. There's also, I have concerns on the affordability inequity. I love the idea of the affordability.
And Mr. Dugan, the 4 minutes is up.
Is it possible to have an?
You could go back on the list for an additional 2 on the second time around.
All right, I go back to listing.
Mr. Drewley? And then the gentleman in the balcony.
Hi, good evening. John Drewley, Falmouth Planning Board. I want to mention that majority of these lots are not going to be able to handle 20 units. And part of what we're trying to do here is take areas of town where you have an older building, say the commercial building next to Family Foods in East Falmouth, or the one up on Route 28 in West Falmouth or North Falmouth with a convenience store. And hopefully someone will have the incentive to revitalize those structures and put some apartments on the second floor, 4 units, 5 units maybe, not 20 units. And part of the reason we have the parking at 20 feet is we want the setback 20 feet. We want the parking behind these buildings. We don't want the parking in front of buildings anymore like you see in all the shopping plazas. But there will not be a lot of places where you can do 20 units. We just have that kind of land in town of Falmouth. But where we do have it is basically where the sewer is. And we think a majority of this housing, and it's not going to be, we don't think apartment housing is going to be on top of stores. It's going to be commercial and residential combined. And at 80%, 25% of the units have to be 80%. But the state mandates that 100% of rental units count toward the 10% SHI. If they're for sale units, they don't all count. So we're trying to accomplish a defense against 40Bs, all the things Mr. Dugan talks about. 40Bs, they go right past all those items. You know, you can have any kind of bylaw you want, and they can get relief from it. And they are getting relief from it. We have this as a by right. We will get the housing where we want it as a community, in the B2 zone, and you see the maps, trying to also include some of the villages, again, just to spruce them up and to spread the housing and the opportunities throughout the town. And mostly on sewers, I forgot, but you know, if you're on 28 in majority of our town where the housing is going to go, it's going to be on the sewer. And if you're not on the sewer, the Board of Health has the right to request, or not request, but mandate denitrification.
Okay, gentleman in the balcony.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and good evening, town meeting members. My name is TJ Hurry, and I am the chair of the Zoning Board of Appeals. During the board's October 21st meeting, we unanimously decided to express our concerns regarding the articles to the proposed mixed residential and commercial overlay district. The ZBA has 3 primary concerns regarding the article as proposed. Basically, the review process, overall density, and the public's participation through this process. With regard to site plan review, it is a permit for use of allowed by right. Voting yes on this article would make the overlay district a by right use in the proposed eligible locations. If a project of this size and scale were to be proposed in this town today, it would likely be allowed through either a special permit or a comprehensive 40B permit. And these sorts of permits are discretionary. The special permit granting authority, sometimes it's the planning board, most likely it's the ZBA. This basically means that they have the ability to deny or properly condition as an approval. With regard to the overall density, you heard tonight that the increase by right density is going up from 6 or 8 units per acre, depending on the zoning, up to 20 dwelling units per acre, and to allow commercial uses in the residential buildings, which is a substantial increase than what's allowed today. With regard to the minimum setback, they're going from generally 20 feet from the side and rear setbacks down to 10. And there's conflicting statements on exactly what's included with the front. Is it 0 or otherwise? And I would ask for clarification on that. This is a large increase from what's allowed either by right or through special permit. With regard to the public's participation, it is commendable that in a related article, they are increasing the legal notification to abutters from 100 to 300 feet. But through the public hearing process to actually hear from legal abutters and members of the public, it is important for any board to take the public's thoughts into consideration. And once this is all wrapped up, it's unclear exactly what the appeal process would be. So my apologies if my comments tonight are dry. This is what we were voted upon for me to come here and relay this to you. And these are all things that we usually discuss on Thursday nights anyway. So to be clear, that it is the ZBA's intent to express our concerns regarding the article as proposed. We did not vote to oppose the article by any means. We're simply raising the issues with a few items here so that town meeting members can review the article and make an informed decision prior to a vote. Thank you for your time tonight.
I'll add you to the list, Mr. Drewley. I had Mr. Turkington. I'll add you to the list, but Mr. Turkington was next on the list.
Just to the concern was raised that some of these projects would end up hurting the aquifer and the estuaries, and I think you all know I've spent the last 10 years worrying about that very subject. Most of these sites, first of all, they're all B1 or B2. B1 is all in the sewer. Most of B2 is on the sewer, and the few parcels that are being recommended here that are not on the sewer, the majority of them will be on the sewer in the next 20 years if the town goes along with the plan that we've been proposing for quite a while here. A few of them are not in any future sewer plan. By and large, they are very small, like 2 or 3 lots, 2 or 3 acres in a spot up in North Falmouth or West Falmouth or Palmer Avenue. So to the extent it was possible, the wastewater issue has been dealt with. The other thing that is sort of in our thought here is most of these are going to be 1-bedroom, maybe 2-bedroom units. You know, they are not going to be 3-bedroom units. Linda Clark at the Falmouth Housing Corp will tell you there is very little demand for 3-bedroom units. If you're a builder and you want to make money with rentals, you're going to build a lot of 1-bedroom units. So that that keeps down the demand on the groundwater. But just to point out on these 4 pictures up here, the Weeks block is slightly less than half an acre. There's 11 units in that building. Okay? The Oddfellows Hall is 4 units on 1/8 of an acre. Okay? The one on the lower left, the workforce housing from the Clark's project, Falmouth Housing Corp. That's 20 units on an acre, essentially, because part of the land isn't built on. And then the lower right is the famous 704 Main Street. That's 20 units per acre, and that includes a fair number of 2 bedrooms as well as 1 bedroom. So we do have examples in this town of how you can put 20 units in a building and have it look really nice and have it provide a lot of housing for a lot of people.
Okay, the gentleman in the back left. Yep.
Michael Stone, Precinct 6. As one of the younger town meeting members, I think an article like this is long overdue. The year-round rental market in Falmouth is virtually non-existent. I think this is a smart growth, pro-environment article. Higher density housing is substantially better for the environment than suburban sprawl, which has significantly more carbon emissions. This would help our community be more walkable, livable, and affordable. Just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Drewley.
Thank you. Just wanted to address the chairman of the zoning board. What he said is correct. If a 40B comes in front of them, they can approve it, they can deny it, they can condition it. But I was a 10-year member of the zoning board in 1990 to 2000. And what we learned was that if we deny a project and it gets appealed to the state land court and it gets overturned, the denial gets overturned, it gets approved without conditions. It gets approved as the original developer wanted to do it. And the town has no say in that. You're seeing that with Liberty Green right now. And I also want to say I'm the planning board's representative to CPC, and I'm CPC's representative to the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund. So we've been mandated with our housing study we need 500 more rental units approximately. And in the last couple of years, we've built 82 units. The project over by the Falmouth Mall, and we did workforce housing on Gifford Street, 20 units, and we had a private developer do 20 apartments on Brick Hill Road, and then we have 10 units scheduled to be built in North Falmouth. Whether they get built or not, I'm not sure yet, but it's been approved. So but by approving those, they have come to our town and asked for funding because they need extra money, they need taxpayers' money to develop these properties. So we have granted these 5 projects, approximately $6 million. And that's not including the state's money that they've contributed to some of these projects. If what we're proposing gets approved by town meeting tonight, there will not be any public funding. It won't require any public funding. The subsidy that the town is presenting to, we keep saying developers, but there's property owners that are going to redevelop their property that are going to use this. They're not going to need any funding at all. The subsidy that the town is providing is the density, the 20 units per
Okay,
acre.
Mr. Drewley, your 2 minutes is up.
Thank you.
Mr. Latimer?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I decided I do want to make some comment on this article. We've heard a lot of different perspectives and different objections and different support. But I want to emphasize what the purpose of this article is. It isn't just affordable housing. This is also to provide workforce housing, which is for the good of the businesses that exist in this town. Now, I heard somebody say, well, they're concerned about the character of Falmouth. I came to Falmouth in 1958, going into Lawrence High School, this building. And I can tell you, that question has long left the barn. That horse has long left the barn in terms of character. When I came here, every deer season, guys could go out and find a place local to West Falmouth, anywhere, East Falmouth. You could find a place you could hunt deer. Now, maybe you're against hunting, but what that tells you is there were places where you could find no houses within 500 feet. You can't do that anymore in this town. That's gone. You look at Surf Drive, and you used to be able to drive down Surf Drive and see the island. You can't do that now because of the dune. Why is the dune there? Well, because of the sea level rise. But all those houses that used to be nice little low Cape Cod houses, now they're these big tall things on stilts because they have to get up over the floodplain. So let's not think about character and the other issues that people might be looking at when they're talking about objections, zoning objections. Let's focus on the purpose of this article, which is, number one, to provide housing for the workforce, the people that come to this town, and number two, included in that, provide affordable housing, both for the workers who don't need, who have income above the minimum wage level, but they can't find a place to live either. So we're talking about those people as well as the people who are below minimum wage. So let's get this done because the problem isn't going to go away. We can question the wisdom of all the development that has allowed us to get to this stage, but that's, you know, that's not productive. We are at this stage. We are at the stage where people can't afford to live here who have to work here. And that's unacceptable. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Rafferty.
Stephen Rafferty, Precinct 2. I'd like to draw everybody's attention to 24260 Procedures and Development Requirements. Item L reads as follows right now. Developments shall meet all Title V requirements, period. Next sentence says, if not connected to the town sewer, and if located in a coastal pond overlay district, they may be required to install a denitrification system approved by the Board of Health. I think the intent is there, but I think the wording is wrong. I'm going to propose an amendment, Dave, if the planning board agrees with this, to say, if not connected to the town sewer, developments shall meet all Title V requirements. And then continue on, and if located in a coastal pond overlay district. If you're already on the sewer, your development doesn't have to meet Title V requirements. So I'm just saying, the line that all developments shall meet Title V requirements, I think is erroneous.
Is it inherent that if you're on the sewer, you meet Title V?
No, Title V, the requirements for Title V are much different.
No, I understand that, but is it inherent legally that you meet the Title V minimum requirement by being on the sewer?
So I'm going to
No, I think
Okay.
Steve's right.
Yeah.
Right, we've just worded it wrong.
You worded it
but it's
wrong.
what we meant.
Yeah, so there's already a town bylaw, on the sewer use bylaw that says, full limitation. It basically says, if you want to do something and you're on the sewer, you've got to go get the Board of Health's approval that you can fit the Title V system, and if it doesn't work, the selectmen then sign off on it. But since you're trying to make this a little bit more by right in this area, I think you had it backwards, that's all.
Would you be willing to consider it a Scrivener's error?
No,
I mean, we should have
no.
put the phrase
Let's-
elsewhere.
No,
let's-
I think.
Let's take an amendment. So the amendment is to add the words, if not connected to the town sewer, at the first sentence of section L, subsection L.
Yeah, if not connected to the town sewer.
Development shall meet all
all Title V requirements, and
Period.
if, and then continue on.
comma, and if located in a coastal overlay district, they may be required to install
You
them.
got it, Dave.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so the question will come on the amendment to fix up that language to say what the planning board wanted it to say. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous. Okay. All right, let's see, Mr. Patamus? Mr. Patamus, you were next.
Jerry Patamas, Precinct 2. I'd like to move the question.
Okay. We have a motion to move the previous question. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Opinion of the chairs that the ayes have it by a 2/3, and the question will come. Now, remember, we've bifurcated, so the question is going to come on the language with the amendment that we just made to change that sentence. The language of the bylaw, once we take that vote, if it passes by a majority, we will then actually have a discussion and a vote on the map where it lays on the town map, the zoning. Okay? So the question comes on the language of the zoning bylaw as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. It's opinion of the chairs that the ayes have it by a majority. Discussion on the map as presented by the planning board, which removed Highfield Drive in the corner, the Kenyon's Corner lot.
We have a new map for people to look at.
Okay.
Turned around. That represents 4 lots at Highfield. The paler pink is mostly Falmouth Academy. The deeper red, I think, are the sports things, is that right? And way down in the corner, you can see Depot Ave going up to the place where actually the old railroad tracks, the bicycle path is, and those are B2. They would stay in, but the part that will be taken out are the parcels that are actually on Highfield Drive, that are the parts, when you're driving up Highfield Drive, you go through 2 stone stanchions, I guess you would call them, then you're onto the drive. So it's the land beyond that point that we're saying we would exclude. Plus, I think there's another map that shows excluding Kenyon's Corner, which is the one that has the big X on it. And that's at the corner of Central Ave and East Falmouth Highway. So those 2 would not be included in the overlay district. Oh, the dark red, thank you, John. The dark red, B3, that's a different zoning district. That's not included at all. Across the street from Kenyon's.
So the dark red is a non-included zone that happens to be dark red. What she's saying they're going to remove from the main motion is the bottom right where the X is, the lighter, almost pink color.
Right. The paler pink, and I didn't realize that was the intent of the X's on the previous slide. To let you know that those are the 4 lots that are on Highfield Drive.
Can we go back one slide just so that they can take it? Yeah, so those are the X's there and the lighter color. I think it's one right on the, on the clicker itself, I think. It's on the,
So the ones that would be excluded, this is actually 4 separate lots right here. That would be excluded. And then on the next chart, this one right here on the corner would be excluded. Is that clear?
okay. Discussion on the maps. Mr. Neto?
Joe Neto, Precinct 9. I'd like to offer an amendment, Mr. Moderator. And it's very clear and it's very simple. And it comes from the words that Mr. Turkington mentioned. We're looking at the sewer 20 years maybe now. All well and good. You overwhelmingly voted for this because we have a need for affordable housing in this town. So I want to give you something that's going to plan for the future. And the amendment is very simple. That Article 3 shall only pertain to those areas of Falmouth that are serviced by a sewer. Simple as that. If the sewer does not run in front of the property, and maybe 20 years from now, the sewer will come to East Falmouth and Walk White, then we have no worries. If this is what town meeting wants to do, you want to turn the density. I have to protect this environment. This is a town that I've spent my whole life in. I am not going to sacrifice the aquifer, our coastal ponds, our freshwater ponds, for developers to turn a profit. We are going to vastly increase the density of this town by what you just voted for. I knew I'd have a hard time getting this defeated. I'm an optimist. I'm a realist. But Jesus, God, will you please vote for this amendment and only let this type of development be served by what we have for a sewer, and protect the aquifer, the coastal ponds, and the environment of Cape Cod. That's all I ask you to do. Thank you.
Okay, so we have an amendment that the current proposal before us with the map would only include those that are outlined by the planning board and are served by the sewer. If the sewer were to run by those parcels in the future, town meeting would have to take another positive action to add that to the map. So this is a point-in-time decision. It doesn't automatically bring future parcels on. You'd have to make those decisions going forward. So I just want to clarify that. Ms. Harris? What's that? We have a map of the sewer system. Mr. Neto? Okay, Mr. Neto?
It's very simple as far as this piece of legislation goes. Open up your back of your book. Could you put the map up, please, of the town in red? East Falmouth, Walk White, and that area of North Falmouth?
I don't think that we have that map prepared.
Yes, you have that map. It's in the back of the book. Could you please put it up? You've been showing it earlier.
Just go to page 76 of your warrant booklet. Page 76.
Could you please put the map up? Thank you.
So, Mr. Nutter, do you want to describe it? Everybody's
Yeah,
looking
description
up
of what's here. Woods Hole is sewered, but that's not on the map. Main Street is sewered. Falmouth Heights is sewered. Mara Vista is sewered, except for Mara Vista, excuse me, Jerry, Mara Vista Extension. I know that, but you were, come on, man. Okay. Basically, if you look at it, the sewer ends at the intersection of 28 and Sandwich Road. We're in agreement. It doesn't go beyond the Mara Vista lights, and God, I know it doesn't go to Route 28 in East Falmouth Walkway. And those of you that live in North Falmouth, Mr. Scheer, you don't have a sewer up there, do you? Except for New Silver Beach. So there's your sewer, and New Silver Beach isn't on here. It's very easy. Just look at that area. So everything, as you look at your warrant book or that map, everything to the right, better known as the east, on Route 28, in T-Ticket, East Falmouth, and Walk White would not be sewered, is not on the sewer. And the developers couldn't come into this area until we had a sewer. So if you believe and you really want to protect the character and the environment of Falmouth, I'd ask you to support this. Is that going to limit the developers developing Falmouth? They have plenty of room on downtown. Look at the area in red. It's all there on the sewer. So I think it's a no-brainer, and it's a win-win. And we see how this affordable housing legislation 5 years from now works out. And maybe if I'm here 5 years from now and everything's great, I'll be telling you to vote for the next parcel. And I believe that. And if I say that tonight, I'll say that if I'm here 5 years from now. The sewer is very important on this. I'm not going to get into the semantics of Title V and denitrification, but if they work so well, we wouldn't be talking about sewering. And there are alternatives being developed. And if those alternatives are as good as the sewer, we modify the legislation. But this, what we just passed with this map, is detrimental. And also, I'm sorry, it's detrimental to the environment. I wish we could reach a compromise here. And let's not make this all or nothing. Let's reach a compromise. That's what we talk about in DC, right? I think that's what we should do here.
Okay, let's go.
Thank you.
Ms. Harris? Yep. Ms. Harris?
Could I please?
Yep, I just said Ms. Harris.
Thank you. I'd like to speak against this amendment. Take a look at the map and see all the white area. We're not talking about an enormous area in any event. The group of people who put this together, we've all made a very good faith effort to follow the eligible location indication given in the state's new housing choice law, to put it in commercial areas. Don't put it in already residential areas, because they're well aware of the opposition to affordable housing in residential areas. But they thought, well, commercial areas, that might spread it out around your town a little bit more, rather than restricting it to one area. I don't like to speak against another town, but I'm about to. Nantucket put their wonderful workforce housing. How are you familiar with it? Have you seen it? You would have to either rent a car there, get on a bike, or take a taxi way out to the east of the island in order to find it. They put it as far away from anybody's house as they could. They don't want those people around them. I think that's socially ugly. I think it's better to have some of this housing in different areas of town. So we tried to do that, and we tried to put it in the locations the state defined as eligible, existing commercial areas. That's right, Woods Hole isn't here, and that's an existing commercial area. That has an enormous, enormous resiliency problem. Think where that is vis-a-vis the water. How long will that sewer actually be operable? So no, we didn't include anything in Woods Hole. Take a look. Do you see anything up there along 151? Directly on top of the aquifer? No. That's why those B2 pieces aren't on this map. They're right on top of the aquifer. But the ones that we've included, and we've put in, as Steve has pointed out, requirements for their sewering. So we think that the way the map is being presented, with the exclusions that we've made, responsive to both the housing crisis and to trying to protect our aquifer.
Mr. Hargraves, did you want to speak on the amendment? Or do you wanted to speak on the underlying situation?
Peter Hargraves, excuse me, Peter Hargraves, Precinct 9. I was originally speaking on the original motion, but this complicates it, and I think it's good to get it out now. I'm wondering about this qualified property in Highfield, in the Highfield Hall area, and also the one part out at Kenyon's Market area, because it sounds like those qualify in every way except for some local objectors. And so if we're really going to be fair about doing this, and there, in spite of the fact that it looks like a lot of red on the map, I don't think it is that much according to what's been presented to us because of the limitations and the size of the different properties. I guess I'd like to know, is Highfield Hall property on the sewer line? And if the Kenyon property is not, as I know it's not, why is that disqualified, and is it the same reason as Highfield Hall? So the amendment could resolve some of this, but it would be good to understand why we're not being even-handed with all parts of town. I understand the Woods Hole section and the resiliency. That makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Turkington.
The Highfield Drive parcel was originally considered appropriate for this for the one reason, and the one reason only, is that it was very close to the bus station. And in the state statute that we're following here, it said if you're near a transportation center, you should be considered eligible. Now, so that's how it sort of got on the list originally. But when we had public meetings and did a little more digging, and we found it's not even a public road. The RTA doesn't go by there. The sewer doesn't go by there by any means. All the other criteria that we looked at these different neighborhood centers didn't work for Highfield Drive. The only thing, as I say, was the bus station. Well, so that's the reason that one came off. The other one at Kenyon's Corner, once again, we were looking for amenities. Presumably people who live in these units when they get built are going to need amenities in the immediate area. That parcel, more than most, had few amenities. It's basically one parcel owned by one owner with one strip mall on it. And all the other parcels had much more going for them. And we heard loud and clear from precinct 4 and 7 that they didn't want that. So for those reasons, both of those parcels came off.
Okay. Mr. Goldstone, did you want to speak on the amendment? No? Okay. Mr. Latimer?
Richard Latimer, Precinct 1. I'm not speaking for or against amendment, but I'm speaking as a lawyer, perhaps. I have a problem with the wording of Mr. Neto's amendment. The problem is, it is wording that would change the article we've already voted on. Now we're discussing a map. And I think Mr. Neto should be given the opportunity and should be asked to specify by geographical references, because this map doesn't show you where the sewer is. Okay, so I think you should be given the opportunity to specify by geographical references either the only areas that will be included or the areas that will be excluded with specific reference to the map.
All right. So we've been on this article since 7:34. Does anyone not understand? Raise your hand if you do not understand what Mr. Neto's amendment is to the map. So there's two people. So Mr. Neto's amendment to the map is to take everything to the top right of that big red section off the map. All those other red dots to the right, and North Falmouth, the two red dots up in the top left of the map, to remove them from the map. That's the amendment. I'm not going to get into a pissing contest by putting parcel numbers and looking at books for the next 2 hours. This is very simple. He wants to remove everything outside of Main Street on the northeast and North Falmouth. So the person who didn't understand the amendment yet, do you have another question?
Does that include, Nick Lowell, Precinct 5, does that include the Jones, Palmer intersection, basically Cape Cod Bagel? It wasn't clear from your description when you said everything, because the sewer goes right through there.
Yeah.
The force main does.
The force main goes right through there.
So
Yes.
I'm uncomfortable with this because I
It's on
feel
the
like
sewer.
I would
well,
like
then vote
to.
no on it. But you understand what
I
he's
will,
talking
thank you.
about, right?
But I don't see how it holds up because we do not have a very clearly defined map.
All right, so then vote no against it. We're going to take a vote on this right now. If you think there's not enough information, vote no on the amendment. This is the amendment that Mr. Neto made to remove everything off the sewer from the map. All those in favor of that amendment? You don't understand the question. The question before us is an amendment that Mr. Neto made to take everything on this map that's not on the sewer off the map. And that includes all of the red on that map outside of that center section of town, which is the only area currently where the sewer is. So the vote now, if you vote yes, you are removing the non-sewered areas from the map. If you vote no, you leave the map the way it is up there. Okay? Real quick.
Just to add to what David is saying, the vote that we just took would only apply that section that is sewer. So it's not going to change the vote we already took, just limiting the application to the section that is sewer that David has pointed out on the map.
Yeah, this is applying the bylaw that you approved to the map, putting it on the map. All those in favor of Mr. Neto's amendment signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. Let's have a slide. This is a majority vote. All those in favor of the Neto amendment, press A. All those opposed, press B. All those in favor of the amendment, press A. All those opposed, press B. 10 seconds. By a counted vote of 100 in favor and 99 opposed, the amendment passes. The question now comes on the main motion as amended. Okay, so you are now taking the same vote. Mr. Neto, if I were you, I wouldn't go too far. There is a motion. Now the motion is the main motion of the map as amended. This is a procedural vote to do what you just did. We have the slide. This is the main motion of the map as amended. So this is a procedural vote to do the same thing you just did by one vote. Yep. All those in favor of the map as amended signify by pressing A. All those opposed, press B. All those in favor of the map as amended, press A. Opposed, B. 10 seconds. By a counted vote of 151 in favor and 42 opposed, the maps as amended pass, and the meeting will stand in recess for 15 minutes.
Falmouth Community Television's coverage of town meeting is sponsored by the following corporate underwriters.
Welcome to the Falmouth Chamber of Commerce. The Falmouth Chamber is dedicated to working on behalf of our members to make Falmouth a better place to live, work, and conduct business. We are committed to developing the economic, cultural, educational, and civic interests of our community and welcome the support from all organizations to achieve our combined goals. Whether you call Falmouth home, are a summer resident, or a visitor, we hope you take advantage of all that the Chamber has to offer.
Hi, I'm Bob from Crane Appliance. Since 1983, as a family-owned company, our goal has been simple: to give our neighbors of the Cape and Islands a great shopping experience. Rest easy knowing our professional team will listen to your needs and help you pick out the perfect appliances. We'll take care of everything throughout the sale, delivery, and installation process. And we even have our own in-house service department. Crane Appliance, we call the Cape and Islands home.
Carlson Printing for all your printing needs. 508-548-7303 or toll free at 1-800-696-7303. Our email address is carlsonprinting@aol.com. Carlson Printing for all your printing needs.
Hosting services for fctv.org are provided by Meganet Communications. Meganet offers a wide array of internet services including Mega Backup Cloud Service, server colocation, T1, fiber, Metro Ethernet, as well as telephone services such as hosted PBX and digital voice. Their number one goal is to keep your communications network up and running and allow you to focus on growing your business. 877-634-2638 or meganet.net.
Additional funding and support provided by the following corporate sponsors. Main Street Gallery and Real Estate, a family-run art gallery and real estate agency located on Main Street in Falmouth, focusing on local and regional fine art. Main Street Gallery and Real Estate, 774-763-5441. The attorneys at Oppenheim & Nickerson LLP have provided legal services in Falmouth for over 36 years. We advocate for our clients and work to provide quality representation in the areas of business and corporate law, real estate law, estate planning, and estate administration. 508-548-8255. Barrett Plumbing and Heating offers expert plumbing, heating, and air conditioning services to all our residential and commercial customers on Cape Cod and surrounding area. We are a full-service plumbing specialist offering professional workmanship to suit your budget. Whatever your heating or plumbing need, you can always count on a job that's done right.
7 Stars Academy, offering martial arts and Tai Chi. Training at 7 Stars Academy can transform your life. It's amazing to see the positive impact it has on our students. Classes for adults and children of all ages. Confidence, not conflict, at 7 Stars Academy of Martial Arts.
Hamilton Tree and Landscape has been proudly serving Falmouth and the Upper Cape since 1978. Our newest location on Route 151 is now open for all landscaping and tree concerns. Appreciating your property is our motto as we continue to keep your tree and landscaping needs our top priority. At A&A Paving, we believe in providing customers with quality products supported by excellent service. We provide commercial and residential seal coating, asphalt paving, and repair services for Cape Cod and southeastern Mass. A&A Paving, 508-540-4944.
Calfee Insurance, offering insurance policies for your car, home, business, life, and disability. Calfee cares about all your insurance needs. 508-540-2601 and online at calfeeinsurance.com.
Thomas J. Bunker and Jeffrey E. Reither are BSS Design, providing land surveying and civil engineering in Falmouth since 1987. Licensed and fully insured, they're located on Catherine Lee Bates Road, and their phone number is 540-8805. Liam McGuire's Irish Pub. With a newly renovated dining room, it's what an Irish pub should be. Main Street, downtown Falmouth. Eastman's has been Falmouth's hardware store since 1913, with a newly added retail space providing kitchen accessories and gourmet foods. Our friendly staff is available to assist you with your hardware and kitchen needs. 508-548-0407. Carpet Barn, Carpet One Home Showcase, a local family-owned business offering all your premier carpet and flooring needs. They also feature tile and vinyl floors, area rugs, window treatments, and kitchen and bathroom cabinetry, serving you at 4 convenient locations.
We at Falmouth Fish believe there is nothing better than a fresh piece of fish, direct from the waters of Cape Cod in New England. Nothing beats waking up at 4 a.m. to search out the highest quality seafood from the best fishermen in the world.
FCTV is also supported by the following businesses and organizations. Simply Hearing, Audiology and Hearing Aid Center, 508-548-8123, simplyhearing.net. Grassi Septic Solutions, 508-548-7500. Turning Point Dance Studio presents the Sea Captain's Nutcracker, turningpointdancestudio.org, 508-444-0278. J. Miller Picture Framer, 681 Falmouth Road, 508-539-3888. The Annie Hart Cool Team, 508-868-0664. Dalby Septic Plumbing, Residential, Commercial Pumping and Cleaning, 508-548-5488. Village Lamp and Repair Shop, 508-274-2057. Nobska Lighthouse and Maritime Museum, friendsofnobska.org. People for Cats, 44 Beagle Lane, T-Ticket, Mass. 508-540-5654. info@peopleforcats.org. Martha's Vineyard Savings Bank in Falmouth and Woods Hole, 508-627-4266. The Falmouth EDIC, falmouthedic.org, 508-548-7440. Partners Technology, Voice and Data Solutions, 781-930-5000. Wacoit Congregational Church, 508-548-5269. Sora's Flower Garden Nursery, 508-548-5288. M. Duffney Builders, 508-540-3625. Neighborhood Falmouth, 508-564-7543. Danny's Barber Shop, 508-548-6013. David Rogers Electric, 508-274-2057. Murray and McDonald Insurance, 1-800-800-8990. The Davy Tree Expert Company, 508-548-2662. Chapman Funerals and Cremations, 508-540-4172. Hanush Jewelers in downtown Falmouth, 508-548-9107. Mahoney's Garden Center, 508-548-5655. 4842. The Cape Cod 5, 508-457-5252. And Steve's Pizzeria and More, 508-457-9454.
Additional support provided by Stop and Shop.
A 3-minute slide. A 3-minute slide for the quorum. The quorum call is open. All town meeting members present, please press A. If you're downstairs, you can press B because you're not here. If you're at home, it doesn't work that far away. This is a quorum call. All present, please press A to reestablish the quorum. We come back, we'll be on Article 4.
Not here, though. You're still not here.
Did you press the button? Those just coming in, this is the quorum call. If you're present, please press A. All town meeting members present, please press A for the reestablishment of the quorum. By a counted vote of 199 present, which was higher than the opening quorum, we have a quorum and we're back in business. Welcome to the 7 members that joined us since the opening. Okay, Article 4. Article 4 is a planning article. Madam Chair, for the main motion.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move the town meeting vote Article 4 as printed in the warrant book.
As printed. This is amending the zoning bylaw, site plan review. Yeah.
I think it's relatively straightforward. It's to expand the number of abutters who will be notified as a matter of right happening in their neighborhood.
Okay, Mr. Dugan?
I just have a minor amendment change to this article. Planning board did change it from 100 feet to 300 feet. I would like to change the notice by regular mail from at least 1 week prior to the date of a board meeting. That would give sufficient time for butters to review projects, make adjustments to work schedules, and if they need any kind of counsel for the meetings. One week by regular mail just isn't sufficient anymore.
Okay, so this amendment is to change the notification period by mail from 1 week to 2 weeks. Any discussion on the amendment?
planning board would have no objection to that, we would welcome it, but it could be that the finance people might have, I can't see why, it just moves up the timing.
Okay. Any further discussion on the amendment to go to 2 weeks? Hearing none, then the question will come on the amendment to go to 2-week notification by mail. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it by a majority. And now we're back to the main motion as printed. As amended. This now requires a 2/3 vote because it's a zoning bylaw. All those in favor of the main motion as amended signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair is that the ayes have it by a 2/3, and I so declare. Article 5.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town meeting vote Article 5 as printed in the warrant book, recommended, of course, by the planning board, and this is to add definitions to the terms that are used in the bylaw that you've already voted for to define the terms that are not already defined in the current bylaw.
Okay, so this is the definition section that goes with the zoning bylaw that you approved in Article 3. Any discussion on Article 5? Yeah, over here. Oh, let's do a microphone, please.
Dave Du Bois, Precinct 9. Again, we'll change this to read 49 in Roman numerals.
Oh, yeah. Good catch. So the Scribner's error, we're going to strike the V after the XLV in the article. So that's a Scribner's error. We won't take a vote on that. Just knock off that extra Roman numeral. Any discussion on Article 5, main motion? Hearing none, the question will then come on the main motion. This is a 50% vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it unanimous.
Thank you. We now come
Article
to
6. Article 6.
A more complicated one. Mr. Moderator, I move the town meeting vote Article 6 as printed in the warrant book, and this is the vote to recodify the existing bylaw, and we do have a presentation on that.
Okay, I'm not sure who held this one. But... Oh, we have a point of order first. I need you to stand and get a microphone, please.
Charles Rader, Precinct 2. For the third time, we have a Roman numeral that doesn't make any sense. And is there any way we can make sure that if any of these are missed, they get corrected without a formal procedure?
Okay, so what should this Roman numeral be? Same thing. Drop the V again, or what are we doing? I don't know.
I think it should be an L.
Well, I don't want to think. We're going to take a legal vote. I want to
no,
know.
Wait a minute. Wait, I think this actually does say 49, doesn't it? No, what does it say? XV. X. No, it should be XLIX. Well, curiously, there's an easy fix on this. If you vote for this and we recodify the bylaw, we're not going to use Roman numerals anymore. So.
That's a good choice. So XLIX. Sure, the clerk has it there. Okay. Okay, was that, did you hold it as well? Were you the one that held the article? Oh, Mr. Smolowitz held it. Okay, Mr. Smolowitz. Yeah, if you could stand so we can find the mic for you.
Would you like the presentation first?
I would like Ron Smolowitz, Precinct 8. Yes, I'd like to see the presentation because if it's what was the mailing to the town meeting members, that's where I have my questions.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. I was, just, if it was just that, I was going to just take the vote, but go ahead.
Okay, thank you. This is about recodification, and zoning bylaw recodification is a reorganization of the existing bylaw 240, chapter 240 of our local bylaws. It's not a change. In fact, our watchword all the way through the process was, don't change the bylaws. There are only a couple of areas where we expected to see any kind of change. We were really trying to change it in order it would be easier to navigate. It would have a more logical and consistent numbering system. It would have a consistent format all the way through, and it would use updated language and be consistent with state law and case law, not a change in the bylaws. That was our hope. There are problems with the current bylaws. Bylaws were first written 95 years ago. They've been amended a number of times. They were revised very well in 1979, but a lot has happened since then, and the changes have been added here and there throughout the bylaw so that the original really cohesive structure has been somewhat modified in a way that makes it difficult to use. It's wound up that if you're trying to look something up and you don't know exactly where to look, it will be hard to find because the answers are scattered throughout the bylaw rather than grouped together. There's inconsistent numbering and format and heading. Just the graphics of the thing are confusing. Some of the language just lacks clarity because a lot of ideas have been packed into big, dense paragraphs. There are sections that have actually expired and are still in there. There's obsolete terms that are in there, ice houses and the like, and it's out of date with state statutes and court decisions. So those things really needed to be fixed. We wanted to do these things. We wanted to change the things that are the problems. You can read what those changes were made, but to reaffirm, we weren't trying to make changes. What we've tried to do is put the like things together, break up the dense paragraphs and use graphs and charts and bullets, break up the long sentences, separate the subsections more logically, and use better language. That's the effort that's been made. So, we've done these things. We did update it. We alphabetized. We used Arabic numbers. We've actually put page numbers so that you can look at the table of contents and go to a page rather than looking at 240 bloop bloop and try and remember what it was you were looking for. What process have we used to get here? This began when town meeting voted in 2016, voted the money to be able to begin the recodification process because it's a long process and it's usually done by experts, and it was done by experts for us, and our experts are here. They have, I hope, I can't see too clearly that far, but yes, they are there, so that the people that we have, Bob Mitchell, who is a fellow of the American Institute of Community Planners. It's difficult to get that fellowship, and he is a recognized expert in land use in Massachusetts and in other places, so that his expertise is from several towns and areas all in our state. And Bob Ritchie, who's also here, he's a former town council from Amherst, Mass. He spent 15 years doing that, and he was the director of the municipal law unit up at the State House up in Boston, and that's the unit that this bylaw will have to go to next. If you approve this, then it goes to the Attorney General's office, to the municipal law unit, for them to review it to be sure that it is, in fact, consistent with state law. So it's very handy to have had that person working on this before it gets there. In 2018, the Planning Board and the ZBA named 3 sections for more intensive review. By that time, Bob and Bob, as we call them, had given us a new table of contents. We had looked at it. We thought, yes, we like that way of organizing the information. So we had made some progress, but we had found we're going to need to treat 3 areas in a little bit more detail. And those areas are named there. The definitions, we wanted to condense information to put it together so that you could compare it better, and to expand the section on non-conforming structures, uses, and lots, which Rob alluded to earlier. This is the ZBA's main business, is dealing with non-conformance, and they do it very well. But it's very hard for a layperson, most of the stuff in town is non-conforming. People have been building things here since the 1600s. There wasn't any zoning there. And if it stays in place for 10 years, it becomes, oh, that's the way it is. So it's a big section, it's an important section, but most of the stuff that governs it is in state law and case law rather than in our bylaws, so that you would have to know enough to go looking for it. So ZBA and the planning board agreed we need to expand that section. The town council formed a working group. That would be Frank Duffy, who's here tonight, and he worked with us on that group. He was there, the assistant town council, town planner, building commissioner, zoning administrator, 2 members of the board. I see Jerry is here, and Rob Duggan served on that, and the planning board, Pat Kerfoot, who has served the longest on the planning board. She has the longest institutional memory of the things that have come, and I, who was the newest member, so it was really a learning experience for me. We served on the board on the working group that reviewed what Bob and Bob were presenting and doing and working with the planning board staff on in the meantime. Drafts were sent to the development community. The development community consists of, yes, there are builders, but it's also the engineers, the architects, the lawyers who come before the boards. All of them are daily users of our bylaws. So we sent the draft when we thought we had one to them and asked them to please look at it. A few of them actually did and sent us a number of comments, and we really we spent quite a bit building a matrix, going through them one at a time, trying to pay attention to all those comments. I don't believe that we probably solved all the problems. My guess is out of that 155-page document, even though it got a thorough review and combing over, there's going to be a little something in it somewhere. We'll see. That will come to light as we go along and corrections will be made, but we think that we've got it so that it's right now. We held public hearings on it. We paid attention to what we heard in the public hearings, and we're very disappointed so few people actually came. So we took that as a sign of either confidence in us or real low interest. But we did make modifications based on what we heard, and we approved the proposed recodification in your book. It doesn't say that it's approved. We have since approved it completely, and so it comes before you as an approved plan. My little button's not working. This is to show you an example of the new organizational framework. I'm aware that the print's not large enough for you to read it. Right now it has, I think it is 49 articles. It will have 14 articles, and those will be the headings of those articles, and everything that applies to that will be there. Oh, it must be the battery. Oh, there it is. Okay, here's another example of, on the left-hand side, you can see how it looks now in our current bylaw, how it will look now in the recodified bylaw, so that those paragraphs have been broken out, they're under a heading, and they're numbered, so people can find them, they can refer to them, and we can index them. The middle one? Well, here it is. Here's another section to show you what it will look like. I'm sorry that the print's so small, but you can get a sense of the graphics, even if you can't see the really great improvements, because what it does, in our current bylaw book, you have to look up an individual area like B2 that we've been discussing all night and read all about B2, but you have no idea how B2 compares to B1, B3, BR. How do they look together? What does that mean? In the new one, you can. All the information of the 3 to 4 different kinds, it's together, you can make a comparison among them. It also shows you the authority that's involved. That was really wrong. The administration has been clarified so that in the lettering that's shown in those columns, it will say, if it's a special permit situation, which we've discussed earlier tonight, who gives the special permit? Some are given by the planning board, some are given by the ZBA, most are given by the ZBA, but you need to know who's in charge around here. And in the new book, you'll be able to tell, it will be right in the column, so that you'll be able to find which boards you need to deal with. There's a crosswalk table. For people who use this a lot and want to know, well, where did it go? You know, I know it's 240 something or other, where is it? There's a crosswalk table there on the right-hand column so that you can find it in the new one. After a while, you won't be using that. The members of the planning board have already switched to the new one because it's the same information, but it's easier to find. Examples of deletion, things that we have taken out, expired sections that were dated and expired, things like telephone exchange, that doesn't really exist anymore. A watershed is not a use that shouldn't have ever been quite there, and general definitions that were inaccurate. Those kinds of things have been taken out. So those are the sorts of deletions that were made. There will be a second phase. Most of the comments that came back to us from the development community were things about, you know, you really ought to change this, or you really ought to change that. Well, we weren't making any changes. That was our charge. Don't change it, just recodify it. So we are asking for a phase 2 to make changes that you will decide on whether or not they were in the end necessary. That would come back to you, but we would like to be able to get started on that work. You did pass well, if you pass this one, we're all set. We can go on to phase 2. So here's recodification summarized. It's the product of 4 years of work. There are hard copies of the 155-page document in the planning department. We're not printing enough for everybody to come and get one. It's just too much paper. It's online. In the planning department, if you go to Town Hall, to the planning department, you will see it there, the recodified bylaw, and soon it will be digitally enhanced so that you'll be able to click on a topic and it will take you there. That's not quite there yet, but the whole bylaw is there. Adoption will require a 2/3 vote. So we need 2/3 of you to agree to approve the work that we have done. And that's a link for the whole bylaw, but you can find it on the website for Town Hall. So that's where we are. I think if you had a chance to go to Town Hall and look at the old and the new together, you would see right away what the difference is and make an easy decision about which is easier to use. The harder decision is to know, well, gee, is this the same bylaw? And you're going to have to take our assurance that, yes, it's the same.
Okay, Mr. Smolowitz?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. A nice presentation. I had some questions at the precinct meeting about the mailing that we had received as town meeting members. And I noticed the slide that I questioned is missing from this presentation. And that was the slide that showed example pages, current and proposed. And it happened to have the agricultural bylaw that I had worked with the planning board 15 years ago to develop. Is that still in the presentation? Could we put that up?
I'm glad you brought that up. I remember when you said that. And no, it isn't in the presentation. I took it out, and I took it out because you had singled it out. The print on it, on that slide, is so tiny, none of us would be able to look at it.
Mr. Moderator, we had rules in this town meeting about being able to read what's put up. Yeah, I raised questions about a slide at a precinct meeting, and it's taken out because it was too small to read.
Okay, so those are like screen captures. So can we get to the substance of what was inaccurate in the slide? Or what
they had in the presentation, and I know everybody here received it, but the font was so small you probably couldn't read it. They had the existing agricultural regulation on the left-hand side and the proposed one on the right-hand side. I would say 3/4 of the information that was on the left-hand side did not make it into the new one on the right-hand side. It was, that's how they're shortening this, by removing a lot of the purpose, a lot of the intent, and a lot of specifics. And that this town meeting, over the 50, 60 years, spends lots of time deliberating. And as we all know, intent is a very important component of any discussion that occurs. So, and I'm only looking at that one little aspect, that one little agricultural bylaw where most of the content has disappeared in the new one. I would say if folks here have not read and had not gone down to the town hall and looked at this thing and see how much information has been deleted, you should not vote for this. This is going to be a catastrophe. So much of the work of town meeting over the past 5 or 6 decades will disappear. I really urge you, if you're not familiar with this, vote it down. This is a very dangerous change. And it's a very smooth presentation, which of course most of us couldn't read. This is a bad way to proceed. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Harris?
May I respond?
Harris.
I don't believe what you're saying is a good representation of our work. And I would like to ask our experts, who I believe are still here, if they would respond to what you're saying. Bob Mitchell or Bob Ritchie, are you still here? Would you be able to get near the microphone that's in the middle of the balcony?
Yeah, he's looking it up. Yeah. Yeah. Mr. Ritchie is not a resident of the town of Falmouth, so we need a procedural vote. All those in favor allowing Mr. Ritchie to speak signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. I can see he's looking through the paperwork there. So if we have any other questions or discussion while we get a response on that particular section.
Ron, let's wait until they can respond, if that's all right.
And then I'll come back. Yeah, we'll just let them look that up. Any further discussion relative to Article 6? Yep, to the right.
Dave Du Bois, Precinct 9 again. Just to clarify, this Roman numeral is going to represent the number 14, which is what is listed down below in quotes in Arabic. So it would be XIV. Not 49, but 14 in this case.
Are you talking about the change that we just made, the XLIX?
It was intended to read Article 1 to 49 because that's what the current bylaw is. Yes, it would. Bob Ritchie, or are you ready? There's a microphone.
The microphone's right in the center there.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and good evening, everyone. I'm not sure what exactly was just referenced about the old versus the new. I have the old zoning bylaw, the current zoning bylaw, in front of me, and in that bylaw, Article 8 is the agricultural districts, the language for agricultural districts. And I don't see any language in that Article 8 referencing purpose and intent. So if that's located someplace else.
Mr. Smolowitz, is it Article 8 that you were referencing?
Thank you again, Mr. Moderator. I don't know because the font is so small, okay, I can't read what they're referencing. I blew it up on my computer, the current bylaw. It's 240-163.1, agricultural and farm-related businesses.
240. I think that went into the definitions section of the new bylaw because 24163 is mostly definitions.
It shows in
I'm
the
not-
original presentation that was sent to town meeting members, it shows it as a tabulation, which is not a definition section.
Well, what I'm looking at in 24163 has farm definitions, farm parcel, farm-related business. Well, those two definitions, those were moved to the definition section of the new proposed draft. And then Article 8, which is the agricultural districts, which has all the information about the various uses allowed in the agricultural districts, is now in the new section on agricultural districts in the use tables.
So it's hard to have a discussion when the definition of, when the purpose, for example, of this 163.1 was to allow farmers to engage in activities such as ag tourism, farm vacations, active and passive recreational activities. Is that in a new bylaw somewhere?
I don't have it all in front of me, so I'm not 100% sure. If not, then that certainly could be something added in phase 2.
After Mr. Smollett made that remark at the precinct meeting, I did go back and compare the two, and I didn't think to look in definitions, so I can't answer that. But for the things that are actual uses that are allowed in agricultural districts, they are all listed. Every single one of them is listed. And in fact, we didn't make it shorter. The old one is 155 pages, so is the new one.
Well, that's the question I had asked at the precinct meeting, because in the handout it showed just the tabulation. It didn't show anything else. So it says that the current was replaced by the proposed. Now you're telling me the proposed is much longer.
No, it's not longer. It's not longer. It repeats the same information. Neither you nor I could read it at the meeting because neither of us could see it well, even with reading glasses. But on examination, each thing that's listed as a use for agricultural districts appears in the table as a use for agricultural districts.
At this point, I guess I just have to take your word for it.
Thank
That
you.
none of this information is disappeared, that it's all in the new regs. The owner or occupant of the farm must be engaged in farm-related business. That's now in the definitions. I just don't know. I couldn't read anything. All there?
Do we have a Wi-Fi connection on this computer, this laptop here? No, we can't pull up that link and actually look at it. Okay.
Brian Keefe, Precinct 4. I did a text search for some of the terms that you were referencing on the new proposed regulations. I did find that that language that you were referencing under 240-14.4. I'm sorry, because of technology. There it is. 14.4a. The purpose of subsection 240-14.4 is to provide local farms an opportunity to engage in farm-related business, agricultural tourism, farm vacations. I believe that's the body that you are referencing. So I was able to find it in one of the other subsections. So it is relocated. It has not been removed from the proposed.
Okay, yeah. Mr. Bott, get you on the list, Richard. Also, I just want to remind folks, the message was sent up here that there's a section, and I don't see where it is, because it looks like everybody's got a mask when my glasses are not fogged up. But some folks are not wearing masks, taking them off. Would you just please bear with us through this town meeting, and hopefully the next one we won't need them, but we did ask for everyone to please leave your masks on during the meeting unless you're speaking or taking a drink of water. Thank you. Mr.
If
Bott?
I may, I'm Tom Bott. I'm the town planner here in Falmouth, Mass. And in the definitions for agricultural and farm-related terms, it notes, and this is what breaking down long tomes of text into bullet points is all about in the recodification. Under agricultural and farming, agricultural or farming shall include farming of all lands and branches, and A, the cultivation and tillage of soil, B, dairying, C, the production, cultivation, growing, and harvesting of any agricultural, aquacultural, floricultural, or horticultural commodities, D, the growing and harvesting of forest products in open land, E, the raising of livestock, including horses, F, the keeping of horses as a commercial enterprise, G, the keeping and raising of poultry, swine, cattle, and other domestic animals used for food purposes, H, the keeping of bees, I, the keeping and raise of fur-bearing animals, and J, any forestry or lumbering operations. These activities performed by a farmer who is hereby defined as one engaged in agricultural or farming as defined, or on a farm as defined as incidental or in conjunction with such farming operations, including preparations for market delivery and storage to market or to carriers for transportation to market. Forgive me for reading all that at this time of night, but the idea is to take those purposes and ideas and put them into more readable text. I believe, to the best of my knowledge, that information has not been lost in the recodification, but it's been formatted in the definitions proposed in the recodified bylaw.
Okay, Mr. Latimer?
Mr. Moderator, Richard Latimer, Precinct 1. The planning board tells us that this is just reorganizing the information that's already in the bylaw. There is no reason to doubt them on that. They don't have the authority to change anything substantive, although they can organize what the bylaws are, because we've authorized them to do that. I can speak from experience as a lawyer that there are too many run-on statutes that you have to hire a lawyer to understand what they are. They are just a beast, and apparently that's what we have in our zoning bylaw. I don't practice zoning law, but this is a much desirable change. The salient fact is we're not changing any laws here, and the planning board isn't changing any bylaws. If there is a problem with the way this thing is being reorganized, it's going to go to the Attorney General. And if anything is changed in a material way that we can't do it, it's going to come right back. So I say let's move on this article and get it done, because it's a very, very good thing to do to make our bylaws more understandable to the layman. Thank you.
Okay, further discussion, Article 6. Hearing none, the question will come on the main motion. This requires a 2/3. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. It shows that the ayes have it by the 2/3, and I so declare. Next, we're going to get into the capital budget.
One more to go.
No,
We're almost there.
no, that was Article 6, and now we're on Article 8. Article 8 is the capital budget. Mr. Chairman, for the main motion.
Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, we move Article 8 as recommended.
As recommended, this is to vote to transfer the sum of $6,224,104 from certified free cash for the purposes of the capital budget. Ms. Petit. Mullen, sorry. After the presentation, we'll go through each section of the budget. So if you want to ask a question about a specific section or make an amendment to that section, we'll do it section by section after the presentation.
Good evening, Jennifer Mullen, Director of Finance. First slide, please. So the capital plan is presented at the annual November town meeting. And you've heard this probably for the last 9 years, use of one-time revenues to fund one-time expenses. The requests are submitted to department heads, and then they're reviewed by myself, the assistant town manager, and the town manager. Town manager makes recommendations to the select board. And in turn, the select board sends to the finance committee, and the finance committee reviews the select board's request and makes recommendations to. So this year, we have one time higher than expected free cash. Our free cash was certified at. And due to the pandemic, the town proceeded cautiously projecting low revenue estimates. If you remember, when we went into the budget process in June after the pandemic, made some significant changes because we didn't know how the revenue was come in that year. We really were in unknown territory. But the revenues were higher than expected. They were higher than pre-pandemic, and the department spent less than their budget allocation. Next slide, please. And free cash had been declining since from pre-pandemic. Several initiatives recommended with the use of one-time free cash. Next slide. And you can see in this bar graph how it was, climbing, and then it had been declining, and then you can see the spike in FY21. I just sometimes visuals financial. Next slide, please. So the free cash was certified at $16.4 million. The capital plan presented tonight with 2 articles of capital and non-capital is $7.3 million. There's a recommendation for $4 million into the affordable housing and Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund, police department renovation, cycling. We also have a borrowing authorization ticket. The detailed sheet recommended capital plan are in the back of the warrant booklet. If you look at Article 8 and it has that graph, it will have numbers next to it. So those are the page numbers that correspond to the back of the warrant booklet. Look and read the description. If you have any questions, if you've looked at that, it might be able to be answered. And we've allocated $1.3 million to the school department. Next slide, please. And some of the major initiatives that we looked at this year, replacing the CAD system in a station alerting system for public safety. We have our annual roadway maintenance and construction. Vehicle replacement, we're requesting 2 electronic vehicles this year with a charging station as we replace our older vehicles. And water upgrades and fresh pond well reactivation are large initiatives this year. So we've had the one-time free cash increase. We've tried to use those funds responsibly and request them, and it gave us this one-time opportunity to fund major initiatives. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to go through each section here. If you have any additional questions or want to make any amendments or anything. The first section is information technology. General government. Public safety. Mr. Donahue.
Mr. Moderator, through you, I would like to know, we're buying long rifles to the tune of $86,000 or something like that. I've lost the line. But what could someone, is the chief of police here, or someone tell us how many long rifles do we need? What exactly are they, and why do we need them? Are we going to...
Chief? I'm assuming you're looking for information more than what's on page 34. Chief?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Chief Dunn. All the information is on, as you stated, on page 34. We're purchasing 38 long rifles. That's so we can properly equip all the cruisers. That includes unmarked cars, court cars, and as well as equipping the SRT team, and then having rifles for our firearms requalifications. Currently, right now, with the 21 rifles that we have, when we qualify, which is probably about 10 days out of the year, we have to remove those rifles out of the cars, so the officers are driving around without proper equipment should they need it.
Okay. Mr. Donahue, anything else?
I personally question why we need long rifles in our cruisers. And are these automatic long rifles? Basically can be used somewhat like a machine gun? Is that what we're talking about? And who are we going to use it against? And why do we need that mount? It just seems to me to be a waste of money for that. I can see having maybe a dozen, 2 dozen, if you really needed to, if you got into some kind of a firefight someplace. And I can't imagine that. So I would like to strike that out of the budget.
So is that, you're making an amendment? Amendment to zero out the line item for firearm long guns. Chief?
As stated in the book, we've had long rifles for 19 years. We're just trying to equip the department properly so that we have enough should we have an incident. These rifles are accurate. We train on them. They are, gives us the advantage should we get in a situation that we need them. It's part of our policies and procedures when we use for bank robberies, school shootings, anything like that, if we're responding to incidents like that. Go back to, I think it was back in the 90s, those of you would remember the bank robbery that occurred in California. The officers were outgunned, and they actually went into gun shops and took long rifles to have the proper firepower. These are weapons that are used across the Commonwealth of Massachusetts to outfit police departments so that the officers are properly, have the proper equipment to deal with what comes up against them, because we don't know what's going to come up against us each and every day when we respond to a call.
Okay. Further discussion on the amendment to remove the line item for the firearms of the police department. Mr. Latimer.
There are too many guns on the, Rich Latimer, Precinct 1. There are too many guns on the street. The police need to be armed. The gun rights people say if guns are banned, only bad guys will have guns. The good guys need to have guns. Well, that's only true for the police, who need to have the guns. So I oppose this amendment.
Okay. The question will come on the amendment to remove the firearms from the budget. All those in favor signify. Oh, we got one more up top on the amendment. Oh, okay. So let's take the vote on the amendment. All those in favor of removing this line item signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. So, opinion of the chair is that the noes have it by a majority, and the amendment does not pass. Gentleman in the balcony. Could you get a little closer to the mic, or maybe you can actually take your mask down if you'd like to speak so that we can hear you. It's on. He's just not. Did we lose a battery or something up there? You should press it forward.
There you go.
Yep.
Okay. I'd like Chief Dunn to give some clarity to this, because the $86,000 figure is based on a quote from a retail store in Hyannis. And I'd like to know why we didn't go to manufacturers to get competitive bids on these rifles. I'd also like to know which rifles we're purchasing.
Chief?
When the proposal was put together, we just got a quote from a local gun dealer that we purchased, that we've used before. However, if the money is approved, we will be getting bids from, we use Interstate Arms and a couple of others, and we'll be purchasing pretty much the same weapon from Cole. And it was just to get a figure as to what the values are. But there was a lot of work to get that, and we've also gotten prices from online from Cole, which are similar to what was given there. But we do expect it to be a little bit cheaper if we go through the gun manufacturer.
Okay, Ms. Bumpus?
Catherine Bumpus, Precinct 1. I agree with Mr. Donahue and Mr. Latimer that there are too many guns. And I was concerned when I read this about whether or not we really needed them, and I had a very good conversation with Chief Dunn about it. What I'm concerned about is what happens to the 21 guns we're getting rid of, and I would like to see them taken and destroyed. We've had a very successful gun buyback in this community, and those guns that were bought back were destroyed for free at no cost. So my understanding is that that would be available again. And that would mean that there were 21 less guns that could be used possibly inappropriately. If these are no longer safe for our police officers to use, they shouldn't be anywhere. So I would ask, it is free, so we should not have to adjust the cost in the budget. But if we do, we could add to it.
Okay. Chief, do you want to explain what happens with the old ones?
These guns would be, when we go to purchase the guns, whichever dealer we go to will give us there's a value on these guns, and it's somewhere between $300 to $700 depending on which weapon, the condition of the weapon, and they are sold or they return back to a federally licensed gun dealer who can only sell that weapon to anybody in the future who is properly licensed. Also, we will not be giving up our high-capacity ammo clips because they can only be sold to law enforcement anyways, and we will be keeping those ammo clips.
Okay, Mr. Neto?
Joe Neto, Precinct 9. Chief Dunn, this expenditure exceeds $50,000, which requires a bid through Mass 30B procurement laws, and you've made reference that you were going to contact dealers to get a price. By state law, this has to be a bid process, correct?
He said he contacted the dealer to get this number.
Yeah, I know, but...
Correct. We get this number. We're not saying I'm going to purchase it from them.
Oh, okay.
That's just so we could have a number for town meeting as to the value of the weapons we'd be purchasing. We would go on the state bid list or put it out to bid.
Thank you.
Okay, the gentleman in the balcony have something else?
I failed to identify myself before. I'm Richard Doobie, Precinct 6. Speaking to the point of what would happen to the used rifles, I am with the organization that ran that gun buyback. The weapons that we brought in then were destroyed free of charge. And the organization that did that, whose name I can't give you right now, would offer that again. So I agree with the point that was raised that rather than recirculate these weapons back into society, the only thing that we can do with good conscience is destroy them. So I would ask that be part of the purchase of these weapons right now.
Okay. I had someone in the bottom right, in the back. Yeah. Yeah, right behind the microphone carrier. The guy right behind you, or a gal. I can't tell who it is.
Hi, Tom Peterson, Precinct 1. I was just wondering what exactly type and style of gun are these? Because it sounds like they're going to run around $2,300 a piece, which is quite a bit more than I think a AR-15 or AK-47 goes for. I'd like to know what we're getting for our money.
Chief?
Yeah, it's as described in there, the M4s, or it is an AR-15, but what you see on the prices there is we're going to be outfitting them with lights, because not all the weapons have lights, and 2/3 of our shift work in the nighttime. They're going to be outfitted with sights and slings, so it's the whole value. It's in all the prices are listed in the back of the book, or page 34, I think it was.
Okay, Ms. Braga?
I just wanted to remind folks that, and this goes back to Mr. Donahue's comment, that I know we don't want to believe that we have shootouts and everything like that, but we just had 2 officers who were shot, just a couple of years ago. So these things do happen, and we certainly need to be prepared. We've had bank robberies, and certainly they didn't end like it did in that example that Chief Dunn was using in California, but we are asking our law enforcement to go out and do a job that we require them to do. And when you have a chief who, usually is pretty responsible with his budget, explaining to us that they need these weapons, I think that, he's not coming to us every year asking to outfit with some of the really high military grade equipment that we sometimes see in other communities. So, I really hope that we support our chief. I think it's a very reasonable request for guns that are now almost 2 decades old. So hopefully you will support Chief Dunn.
Okay, anything else under public safety? Yeah, in the middle here. Ms. Feynman Silva, you moved.
Sandra Feynman Silva, Precinct 2. I did want to support Mr. Dubey's comments about not returning these AR-15-like guns. They're called long guns in their description, but they're actually, machine guns, back into popular public circulation. They could be sold to other police forces and used by police. But if you sell them to a gun dealer, many states allow these to be sold to anybody that has a license, that's, over 18, whatever. And I do recommend that we make a commitment to sell these guns back to a police force rather than to a gun dealer. Thank you.
Okay, anything else under public safety? Yeah, to my far right. Ms. Welsh?
Hi, Kelly Welch, Precinct 2. Also a member of the school committee, but not speaking as a school committee member. So I'm wondering if the estimate in price, since the old rifles or guns, whatever we want to call them, have some value, I'm wondering if the estimate in price is including that discount of returning them.
Chief?
Of selling them back.
That figure that's in the book, that does not include that does not include any money that we'd have on a buyback.
It doesn't include any of the buyback money.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else under public safety? Mr. Donahue?
Can I make a motion that we have these guns that we have in our possession now destroyed? And
It's beyond the scope of this article. This is an appropriation article. If you'd like to come back and create
Well,
another...
that's part of the appropriation is the trade-in, right?
It's beyond the scope, but if you want to bring an article to a future town meeting to do that, or to go to the selectmen and have them set a policy to do that, we can do that, but this is an appropriation article.
Okay.
Anything else under public safety? Question comes on, no, we're going to the next section. Facilities. Mr. Duffney. Mr. Duffney? I think it is, right? Hard to tell with the mask.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Michael Duffney, Precinct 6.
I see the Tony Andrews Farm demolition number there, at, I believe it was $194,000. And I guess my question is, I'll cut to the chase on this, is that I've examined the outbuildings there, and given some proper help and a small amount of money, probably $25,000, we can rehab most of those outbuildings that farms need. I hate to see this be a blanket demolition of, it says all the buildings in the description. I looked and it does say all the buildings that are on the property are in disrepair, which they absolutely are. And the house is inhabitable, absolutely is. But I've looked at those buildings for being able to rehab them to be able to use for farm equipment, and I think they're very doable. And all I'm looking for is some flexibility from the board on that, and that this is not etched in stone, that if we vote this, that those buildings will all come down, because you need a place to put your equipment.
Mr. Moderator?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. John.
So, thank you, Mr. Duffany, for that question. We do have good communication with the current lessee, farmer Jeff Andrews, and we would definitely intend to approach this with flexibility because there is an ongoing need for equipment storage. And the buildings are in disrepair. Some of them may need to come down sooner rather than later, but we will certainly be looking at the possibility of repairing some of them so that there is an ongoing use, and if not repairing them, then replacing them. But I would agree that we would be approaching this with flexibility.
Thank you very much. I agree that when you look at them, they look like they need to come down, but if you close examination, they do not. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Murphy in the back, the center section, and then Mr. Neto.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Carol Murphy, Precinct 9. Through you, Mr. Moderator. Mr. Johnson-Staub, you were speaking about the outbuildings, and I spoke with Mr. Andrews today. He is looking for a replacement for all of that's being demolished so he can store his equipment and he can make repairs. Is that going to happen once these are demolished?
So again, that's something that we will continue to dialogue about. You know, I think I spoke to Jeff today as well, and I don't think either of us thinks it makes sense to spend a lot of money on a new building. There may be something that we could do at a very low cost, perhaps even with, you know, with Public Works Department involved in some of the construction, with Mr. Andrews involved in some of the construction, but those are details yet to be worked out. Again, I think the main point here is that we're going to communicate and make sure that the ongoing storage needs are met before the buildings are demolished.
Okay, and thank you. And where did the $194,000 estimate come from? Did you look elsewhere for estimates?
It came from a licensed site professional, and we do have a detailed quote on it, and we are required to go through a licensed site professional because there are hazardous materials in some of these buildings. We did not obtain multiple quotes, so this is a professional estimate from the licensed site professional.
Okay,
but it will go out to bid before any funds are spent.
Oh, good. All right, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Neto.
Joe Neto, Precinct 9. The question I had was asked at the precinct meeting, and I asked, is there any of these monies that can be used for the construction? Because I too talked to Mr. Andrews. He has a lot of equipment to run that farm. And what happens right now, if you go to the farm, every building that he owns that is currently standing is storing equipment, even the building where you go and buy produce that is filled with equipment today. So, your licensed person came up with $194,000. I find kind of astonishing, and I'm not going to argue that point. My point is there money here? Because we're going to have to, this time next year, the last of the sheds will be torn down because he needs these sheds to operate next summer. So at this time, when he closes down the 1st of November, we're going to have to build him a facility to store his equipment and then tear down the sheds that he used. The house is uninhabitable. That's a no-brainer. That you folks are going to tear down. I've also talked to the DPW, and that's why I find this figure of $194,000 a tough one for the taxpayer, because I was told that the DPW can tear down some of these wooden sheds. So, in any of, I don't know who to ask this, Mr. Moderator, but can any of these funds be used to erect the storage sheds that he's going to need, one, to farm daily, and two, to store his equipment this time next year? That's the question that I'd like answered.
If it is deemed within the four corners of the article, I would welcome amendment to this line to say to demolish and or replace.
How about we make it clearly within the scope, and do you want to just delete the word demolitions and have it available for Tony Andrews Farm?
That'd be much better.
It'd be capital for Tony Andrews Farm. They could
And
demolish.
then we
they
can
could
do
build.
both. And we don't have to come back to another town meeting to get funds.
Okay, so there's an amendment to remove the word demolitions under facilities for Tony Andrews Farm. So just to read Tony Andrews Farm. Discussion on the amendment. Hearing none, the question will come on the amendment to remove the word demolitions. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Any of the chairs of the ayes have it by a majority, and the word demolitions is removed. Any further discussion under facilities? Highway. Fleet. Yeah, over here on the far right.
Sherry White, Precinct 8. I just have a question on page 51. There's a bucket truck that's being replaced with a Ford Transit van. That's just a completely different capability, so I'm just wondering why that is.
Okay, I think we have Mr. McConerty with us tonight.
Good evening, Peter McConerty, Director of Public Works. The bucket truck, this has been a deal that's been, DPW's been working with the fire department for a couple of years now. The plan is that the bucket truck for facilities will be traded in, and at some point in time, we'll be getting the bucket truck from the highway, from the fire department. We're expecting mid-next year.
Okay, any further discussion under the fleet section? Somewhere back here on the right.
Hi, Jason Cullinane, Precinct 6. My discussion is an amendment for the Ford F-150. We're getting a regular gasoline-powered F-150. I would amend it to be a Ford F-150 Lightning, which is a negligible cost increase. The cost of operating an electric vehicle is roughly half of that of a gas vehicle, and it has a larger towing capacity. Otherwise, it remains roughly the same.
So what are you going to do for the appropriation amount? Did you buy one of those for $38,000?
It is, I believe, $41,000.
And what's it called? A F-150 Lightning? All right, so this is on the second column, the F1 Ford 150 pickup. This is to amend the line item to $41,000 under the intention of buying. Yep, no, I know. Making sure everybody knows what the amendment is. Yep, Mr. McConerty.
Yes, Peter McConerty, Director of Public Works. I have with me a fleet manager to keep this kind of short. If you want some more detailed information, I can have Edwin speak, but our understanding is that the F-150, the electric vehicles, they are being produced, but for Public Works, they're just not there yet. We work those trucks, we plow those trucks, Maybe in another couple of years, 2, 3 years down the road, we might be looking for the F-150s, but at this time, we're just looking for the administration vehicles for electric.
Do you want to add to that at all? Or?
Also right now, the F-150s are only coming in a crew cab. They're not coming in a work truck standard cab pickup. That's also something that may come later on, but as of right now, as a facilities, I don't think he's looking for a crew cab truck for a work truck.
Further discussion? Did I see a hand in the center section? No. Okay, so this is an amendment to increase that line item to $41,000 and the intention of buying the Lightning version, the electric version. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. It's been to the chairs that the noes have it by a majority and the amendment doesn't pass. Any further discussion under fleet? Water? Wastewater? Recreation? Matter?
Barbara Schneider, Precinct 4. I would like to make an amendment that we remove the line item Lawrence Tennis Court soundproofing $50,000, thereby changing the total to $6,174,104. I ask you to give this a lot of thought tonight. I know it's late, but I've been talking to a lot of people about this. I happen to have 4 houses that actually their backyards go right up to the pickleball courts in our neighborhood. There has never been one complaint. We have had soundproofing around our courts, and when the soundproofing was removed, it made no difference. I've been told by some of the neighbors in this area that they wouldn't expect to accept this anyway as a good enough solution. I don't like the idea that we are having recreation and school areas that are going to be known to have noise, and we panic and do things like this, hoping we can make the neighbors happy. And I'm not trying to be nasty about this. I want you to think of all the places that someone rings a cowbell or they blow a horn or scream when someone scores a goal. There are so many places where there's noise, and noise is to be expected. And I think with logical hours, there can be a solution here. And I hope that we would rethink this this being the solution.
Okay, so the amendment is to remove the $50,000 for the soundproofing. Is it Ms. Freitag?
Thank you. Melissa Freitag, Precinct 6. I'd like to thank Ms. Schneider, Dr. Schneider, for proposing this amendment. But I had a question. Actually, I had 2 questions about the line item, but if her amendment passes, then my first question is moot. My second question, though, is along the line of expected noises and recreation. And I'm wondering, had anyone asked the pickleball players if they would move to the high school where there are no adjacent houses and save us $50,000 that way? Well, pickleball isn't it short tennis? I mean, you can use, no?
It's a specially designed court.
Thank you for answering my question. I support Dr. Schneider's amendment.
Is it Mr. Galasso?
Oh, and a comment to
Yep.
go along with that?
Yep, go ahead.
Perhaps at the end of town meeting, we'll be revisiting an article that we had already voted against a few months ago. And that will also generate sound. And I fear that if we do allocate $50,000 for soundproofing for an expected sound, then we're going to end up having to soundproof yet another activity in the same neighborhood.
Mr. Lowell?
Nick Lowell, Precinct 5. I move that we continue past 11 to finish this one article.
Okay, we have a motion to continue past 11 to finish the article. All in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. And we'll go past 11 to finish the article. Is it Mr. Galasso?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Michael Galasso, Precinct 2. Our family has lived at 107 Lakeview Ave since 1961. That's the house you drive by when you come into the Lawrence School. And over those years, we've seen a lot of changes around the school grounds. The fields were not there when we first moved there. The tennis courts were. But at that time, the tennis courts were located much closer to the school. Over the years, they have moved and migrated towards Lakeview Ave. And the noise from this particular sport, in all the years that we have lived here, we have never complained about anything that goes on at the school or at the fields. But this noise is quite different. And we have one of our neighbors who lives 40 feet. She's an elderly lady. Her bedroom window is within 40 feet of this court. It has not been proven that these sound barriers reduce the noise significant enough that it will not continue to be a disturbance to the neighborhood. We also, unfortunately, have a case pending with the ZBA regarding this, because we have had a noise analysis done that shows that the noise from the pickleball courts, and when you get 20 people out there playing at a time, exceeds the noise ordinance of the town. So I would ask you to support this amendment by Ms. Schneider and not allocate $50,000. It's a waste of money. It's not going to solve the problem, and that you postpone any action until the ZBA hearing is concluded. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator.
Okay. Yeah.
If I could, I just wanted to mention that there has been an extensive dialogue that was held by the Recreation Committee with the neighbors and with our Recreation Director, Joe Olenek, to try to look at the hours and see if a reasonable arrangement could be made with respect to the hours. And despite sincere efforts on the part of all parties, there was not an agreement was not attainable. Joe has also looked into some of the results of this soundproofing, and I would just ask Joe if he could speak briefly to the different hours that were looked at by the Recreation Committee and ultimately not recommended, as well as any specifics on the soundproofing.
Mr. Olenek.
Hi, Joe Olenek, Recreation Director. Yeah, we've worked for many hours over the course of the past year since those courts have been done, looking at different schedules. The neighbors have offered hours for us to have the courts open. We've offered hours to have the courts open to them. Neither one of us have been able to come up with a valid set of hours that everybody's agreed with. So my effort with the sound curtains is to find a happy medium in between, where maybe these curtains will dull the noise just enough, where the pickleballers can continue to play. Mashpee has put up sound curtains at their 8-court facility in Mashpee. They have worked. Granted that their houses are a little further away than what we're dealing with here, but the curtains are rated to reduce the sound by 10 to 12 decibels, which should bring it from annoying noise down to an ambient or just above ambient level. So I ask that you vote for this so that we can keep the courts moving, keep them open. We have over 300 to 400 pickleball players in town, and we have relatively few places to play, as we are in search of further places for them to play, further away from homes, where they can be quieter, or they can be as noisy as they want and not disturb anybody. But the sound curtains would be movable if ever needed to be moved to a different location. And you know, to me, it's a nice step on our part to try to help the neighbors out as much as we can without having to shut the courts down to the pickleball. Thank you.
Okay, center section in the middle. Yep. Mr. Callahan? Yeah.
Jim Callahan, Precinct 5. I play tennis, not pickleball, but I play on a tennis court that has pickleball lines. Someone mentioned the high school. The last time, we don't play at the high school anymore because the tennis courts at the high school have gone to seed. Everybody knows that. So the idea of setting up pickleball courts at the use of the Falmouth High School tennis courts makes a hell of a lot of sense for the people who live over close to this school. Thanks.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Yep, my left.
Excuse me?
Oh, I'll put you on the list. To my left over here, Ms. Keefe. The woman standing in the aisle there.
Hi, Melissa Keefe, Precinct 4. I'm also a member of school committee. I have a couple questions. What would the dollar amount look like to redo the courts at the high school? That would include the pickleball, surface, lines.
Where's that? Yeah, go ahead. Mr. Murphy.
Hello, Pat Murphy, Falmouth Public Schools. It is redoing the tennis courts have been on our capital plan their next fiscal year, and it's about a $900,000 expense.
Thank you. Another question, what exactly does the soundproofing look like? Is this gonna put a barrier up between educators and having students on the courts if ever there is an opportunity for pickleball to be played by the students of the school? My fear is that it turns into a safety thing with teachers and children.
The curtains would be placed roughly just over half of the tennis courts, from the front gate by the parking lot around the back by the woods to the round to the outside of the single pickleball court. The side facing the school would be open at all times. There wouldn't be any curtains there at all. The curtains would basically absorb the sound and force the sound out back towards the school and towards the pond.
Okay, thanks.
Gentleman in the balcony.
Yes, hi. Excuse me. Robert Mastriani. I live at 120 Lakeview, and I think it's unfortunate that we've been dealing with this issue for close to a year and a half. I have traveled all over the Cape up to Dennis, and I've seen proper pickleball venues, which are incredible. Truly wonderful places where people celebrate the game and enjoy it thoroughly. We have no such venue here. And in those locations, there are no sound curtains because they are unnecessary. Yes, there are sound curtains at Mashpee. The closest house on that dead-end street is 150 feet away. My next point, the neighbors here at 40 feet away and 100 feet away is very unusual and does not exist at any other pickleball venues that I'm aware of. John, my neighbor that we're working with, along with myself and Mike, with the attorney, he can actually see directly into the courts from his second floor window. Now, line of sight means that those curtains won't work unless they're going to go up 20 feet high. Factually, will the curtains reduce the sound? Certainly. Will they reduce the obnoxious pop, pop, pop to the level where we can actually properly enjoy our property? That will not happen. And I will say that looking at the vehicles, there's maybe 50, 60 vehicles that we've seen that use the pickleball courts, and do the math. That's about $1,000 a car. Is that the kind of money that the town of Falmouth wants to spend per player? Thank you.
Mr. Hargraves.
Peter Hargraves, Precinct 9. I'm pleasantly surprised to hear all the movement to amend this to 0. I thought I was going to be the Lone Ranger, and I'm here to support what Barbara Schneider said about sound mitigation. You may be aware, some of the engineers in the building, that sound is on a logarithmic scale. Reducing it by 50% doesn't mean that it's inaudible by any means. And we have some experience in our own neighborhood with mitigating sound. And I think we'd be foolish to vote $50,000 when we've heard from a neighbor saying he is in support of the amendment to make this a 0 amount. My question at first was to town management, have we got all the neighbors withstanding to sign off that this $50,000 would be an acceptable solution to their problem of noise? I think we've heard a resounding no on that, and they're going to come after us to stop pickleball. So I don't know what more we need to hear. We're spitting in the wind to spend $50,000 on a solution that is not going to work. Thank you.
Okay, the question will come on the amendment. This is to remove the $50,000 for soundproofing. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. And the chair said the ayes have it by a majority, and the line item is removed. The last category, schools. Yep. Yeah, right with a microphone though, please.
Hi, I apologize. I'm Grace Simpkins from Precinct 8, and I don't usually speak, so I raised my hand a little late. I had a question about recreation, if I may.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Just with all of the discussion, I am a tennis player as well, but I have played pickleball. Don't tell anyone. For the Nye Park Tennis Court rehabilitation, forgive my ignorance, but will that have pickleball lines put on it as part of the rehabilitation?
Mr. Olenek.
No, the Nye Park Tennis Court rehabilitation, it's under recreation.
We're all confused up here. Yeah, Nye Park will have 4 dedicated pickleball courts and 2 dedicated tennis courts. It will be separated. And those courts will be 350 feet away from any house. So there shouldn't be a noise factor there. But the courts there, tennis and pickleball, will be separated.
Great. I guess my point was for that there will be some options for pickleball players that are set back from houses.
That should reduce the need for Lawrence School a little bit, I would think. But there's, like I said, there's 300 to 400 pickleball players in town that want to play 7 days a week.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that that was part of that plan already. Thank you.
Okay, Goldstone.
Jed Goldstone, Precinct 2. My question actually is the schools on the Morse Pond univents and controls. How old are the univents?
Mr. Murphy.
Yeah, they've been, they're at least 20 years old. And this is this has been a plan for the last 5 years.
Yeah, no, I'm not, I
it.
mean, are they, the question actually really is, do they date from the construction of the school? Roughly. Are they pre-1978?
No.
No, okay. That's fine then, thank you.
Anything else under schools? Okay, the question will come on the main motion as amended. That's removing, we remove the word demolition for Tony Andrews Farm, and we remove the soundproofing line item. All those in favor of the main motion as amended signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, unanimous, and the meeting will stand in recess until 7 o'clock tomorrow.
Falmouth Community Television's coverage of town meeting is sponsored by the following corporate underwriters.
Welcome to the Falmouth Chamber of Commerce. The Falmouth Chamber is dedicated to working on behalf of our members to make Falmouth a better place to live, work, and conduct business. We are committed to developing the economic, cultural, educational, and civic interests of our community and welcome the support from all organizations to achieve our combined goals. Whether you call Falmouth home, are a summer resident, or a visitor, we hope you take advantage of all that the Chamber has to offer.
Hi, I'm Bob from Crane Appliance. Since 1983, as a family-owned company, our goal has been simple: to give our neighbors of the Cape and Islands a great shopping experience. Rest easy knowing our professional team will listen to your needs and help you pick out the perfect appliances. We'll take care of everything throughout the sale, delivery, and installation process. And we even have our own in-house service department. Crane Appliance, we call the Cape and Islands home.
Carlson Printing for all your printing needs. 508-548-7303 or toll free at 1-800-696-7303. Our email address is carlsonprinting@aol.com. Carlson Printing for all your printing needs.
Hosting services for fctv.org are provided by Meganet Communications. Meganet offers a wide array of internet services including Mega Backup Cloud Service, server colocation, T1, fiber, Metro Ethernet, as well as telephone services such as hosted PBX and digital voice. Their #1 goal is to keep your communications network up and running and allow you to focus on growing your business. 877-634-2638 or meganet.net.
Additional funding and support provided by the following corporate sponsors. Main Street Gallery and Real Estate, a family-run art gallery and real estate agency located on Main Street in Falmouth, focusing on local and regional fine art. Main Street Gallery and Real Estate, 774-763-5441. The attorneys at Oppenheim & Nickerson LLP have provided legal services in Falmouth for over 36 years. We advocate for our clients and work to provide quality representation in the areas of business and corporate law, real estate law, estate planning, and estate administration. 508-548-8255. Barrett Plumbing and Heating offers expert plumbing, heating, and air conditioning services to all our residential and commercial customers on Cape Cod and surrounding area. We are a full-service plumbing specialist offering professional workmanship to suit your budget. Whatever your heating or plumbing need, you can always count on a job that's done right.
7 Stars Academy, offering martial arts and Tai Chi. Training at 7 Stars Academy can transform your life. It's amazing to see the positive impact it has on our students. Classes for adults and children of all ages. Confidence, not conflict, at 7 Stars Academy of Martial Arts.
Hamilton Tree and Landscape has been proudly serving Falmouth and the Upper Cape since 1978. Our newest location on Route 151 is now open for all landscaping and tree concerns. Appreciating your property is our motto as we continue to keep your tree and landscaping needs our top priority. At A&A Paving, we believe in providing customers with quality products supported by excellent service. We provide commercial and residential seal coating, asphalt paving, and repair services for Cape Cod and southeastern Mass. A&A Paving, 508-540-4944.
Calfee Insurance, offering insurance policies for your car, home, business, life, and disability. Calfee cares about all your insurance needs. 508-540-2601 and online at calfeeinsurance.com.
Thomas J. Bunker and Jeffrey E. Reither are BSS Design, providing land surveying and civil engineering in Falmouth since 1987. Licensed and fully insured, they're located on Catherine Lee Bates Road, and their phone number is 540-8805. Liam McGuire's Irish Pub. With a newly renovated dining room, it's what an Irish pub should be. Main Street, downtown Falmouth. Eastman's has been Falmouth's hardware store since 1913, with a newly added retail space providing kitchen accessories and gourmet foods. Our friendly staff is available to assist you with your hardware and kitchen needs. 508-548-0407. Carpet Barn, Carpet One Home Showcase, a local family-owned business offering all your premier carpet and flooring needs. They also feature tile and vinyl floors, area rugs, window treatments, and kitchen and bathroom cabinetry, serving you at 4 convenient locations.
We at Falmouth Fish believe there is nothing better than a fresh piece of fish, direct from the waters of Cape Cod in New England. Nothing beats waking up at 4 a.m. to search out the highest quality seafood from the best fishermen in the world.
FCTV is also supported by the following businesses and organizations. Simply Hearing, Audiology and Hearing Aid Center, 508-548-8123, simplyhearing.net. Grassi Septic Solutions, 508-548-7500. Turning Point Dance Studio presents the Sea Captain's Nutcracker, turningpointdancestudio.org, 508-444-0278. J. Miller Picture Framer, 681 Falmouth Road, 508-539-3888. The Annie Hart Cool Team, 508-868-0664. Dalby Septic Plumbing, Residential, Commercial Pumping and Cleaning, 508-548-5488. Village Lamp and Repair Shop, 508-274-2057. Nobska Lighthouse and Maritime Museum, friendsofnobska.org. People for Cats, 44 Beagle Lane, T-Ticket, Mass. 508-540-5654. info@peopleforcats.org. Martha's Vineyard Savings Bank in Falmouth and Woods Hole, 508-627-4266. The Falmouth EDIC, falmouthedic.org, 508-548-7440. Partners Technology, Voice and Data Solutions, 781-930-5000. Wacoit Congregational Church, 508-548-5269. Soares Flower Garden Nursery, 508-548-5288. M. Duffney Builders, 508-540-3625. Neighborhood Falmouth, 508-564-7543. Danny's Barber Shop, 508-548-6013. David Rogers Electric, 508-274-2057. Murray and McDonald Insurance, 1-800-800-8990. The Davy Tree Expert Company, 508-548-2662. Chapman Funerals and Cremations, 508-540-4172. Hanush Jewelers in downtown Falmouth, 508-548-9107. Mahoney's Garden Center, 508-548-4842. The Cape Cod 5, 508-457-5252. And Steve's Pizzeria and More, 508-457-9454. Additional support provided by Stop and Shop,